Welcome to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, morning everybody, morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Today I gather is Teachers' Day, and it doesn't take something like this to cause me to remember my teachers. I hold them in very, very high esteem. Think about them every night before I go to bed. Teachers who, starting with Miss Gwen Valentine, who ran a little sixpence-a-week school in Buff Bay, the first school I ever attended. Teachers like Mr. Mack, Teacher Mack and his wife at the elementary school in Buff Bay. Mr. Dell in St. Anne's Bay. Mr. Sam Brown. Mr. Prescott and Miss Davidson, who later became his wife, at Titchfield. Mr. Davis, Mr. Murray White, Mr. Grisman, Mrs. Moody in Buff Bay, who said something about me once that I won't tell you what it was, but it was an inspiration. Mr. Grisman at Calabar, I had to do an essay for him one day. Did it. Got 60-something marks from him, and I think came first in the class. And he called me, and he said that if I ever again do an essay and get that mark for it, he's going to call me into his office and cane me. And I can't forget either Hector Winter, who not only taught me in school, but gave me an opportunity in later life which may well have something to do with the fact of my being where I am today. Well, I'm sure it had a lot to do with it. I remember some years before, I'd worked at the Gleaner, left the Gleaner, and shortly after coming back from England, I think it was in 1960, I wrote an article and sent it to the editor of the Gleaner, who was then Theodore Seeley. And he sent it back to me with a note asking me who the devil he thought was interested in my opinion. And so a few years later, I did another one for, and sent it to Mr. John Maxwell, my good friend, who was then the editor of the Observer. And he sent it back to me again with similar disparaging, contemptuous remarks. And then, I think it was the middle of the 1970s, about 1975, 76. I did another one and sent it to, this time Hector Winter was editor of the Gleaner. Sent it to him, he published it, and I later saw him and he asked me whether I wouldn't write a regular column for the Gleaner. That's how I came to do a Gleaner column in the 1970s. And other columns subsequently, and talk shows on radio and so on. He was my teacher also at Calabar. But honor to teachers. They're a wonderful profession. I heard somebody saying on the radio this morning that teaching is the profession that teaches all other professions. And that is obviously quite true. So respect to teachers. You know, we have a way of sometimes of, and this has nothing to do with teachers now, but we have a way of honoring the wrong people and not honoring those who are deserving of honor. And therefore, perhaps it's a good thing when in Jamaica you're not honored. I'm thinking of a woman who died recently. There's a little notice I saw in, maybe it was in both papers, and, you know, I haven't seen any mention on television, nothing on radio and so on. And not much in the way of editorializing on her life and achievements. A woman named Elizabeth Hall, down in Montego Bay, founder of CUMI, an organization designed to rescue street people, the kind of people who were put into a truck and driven from Montego Bay to St. Elizabeth and discharged on the banks of the Mud Lake, the Alpart Mud Lake. She took it as her mission in life to bring such people back from the depths into which they had fallen, to make them useful citizens. And she rescued it over time in that way, something I think in excess of 350 such persons, and has left behind an organization in excellent hands to continue that work in Montego Bay. And her work should have been copied. What she has done in Montego Bay should have been copied in every parish, in every large town in Jamaica, perhaps. But we don't recognize it. She also was a member of Jamaicans for Justice. But nobody, no recognition, so nothing about her. There was a memorial service on the beach at Doctor's Cave the other evening in Montego Bay. I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to attend. But, okay, where are we now? It seems that there's a bit of a crisis going on in the People's National Party at the moment, or at any rate, that the fractures that occurred in that party at the time of the prime ministerial or the presidential contest in the party. They seem to be breaking out all over the place. They're apart from the problem with Mr. Van der Palmer. And I heard, Mr. Peart, the forgetful minister, talking on This Morning, yesterday I think it was, and saying that, no, Mr. Palmer claimed that he resigned. And he resigned, he led us to think, because of he couldn't stand the dirty underbelly of Jamaican politics, and the disloyalty that he suffered at the hands of some members of the party. I'm being asked to take a break. We come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow or Magicoat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-8884-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, I was talking about Mr. Van der Palmer's problem in central Manchester. Mr. Palmer had said that he had resigned and, gave us some of the information. I think can't remember whether I heard him reading his resignation letter. But he certainly gave the impression that he had done so voluntarily because he couldn't take what was going on in the party in relation how he was being treated. Mr. Peart was on this program yesterday morning saying how that, Mr. Palmer had in fact been saying that Mr. Palmer had been given a choice by the party, resign or else. He was either going to resign or he was going to be fired by the party. And that had been decided in a meeting and made clear to Mr. Palmer. Right? And the party, the People's National Party, was not going to put up with any man, any party, person being a member and representative of the party who had engaged in violence against his wife. The party was not putting up with that. After all, the party was led by a woman, and, you know, there was no way that they could put up with that. Which I find a little odd, you know. When was it that the accusation against Mr. Palmer emerged? When was it that his wife gave statements to the police about it, or a statement to the police about it, and subsequently left the island because she said that she feared for her safety? When was it that she spoke to the Mr. Palmer's opponent in that seat, the Labour Party representative, Mrs. Sally Porteous? When? How long ago was that? My recollection is that it was somewhere about the month of January. And the PNP, according to Mr. Peart, has these strong views on the subject of that issue, and they got around to it only last weekend, to doing something about it. As it happens, by coincidence, is it coincidence that this decision was made, or at about, well, just before the publication of a poll done by the PNP's pollster, now doing polling for the Gleaner, a poll which showed that Mr. Palmer was way behind Mrs. Sally Porteous. Well, no, I'm not telling you, I'm not quoting polls. I mean, I'm not telling you that the poll is right. I haven't got a clue about that. Right? What I'm telling you is that just before the publication of that poll, they seem to have insisted, if that was in fact the case, they seem to have insisted that Mr. Palmer go, because Mr. Palmer didn't seem to, or the impact of that alleged wife-beating episode seemed to have been very great in the constituency, and maybe they judged that he just wouldn't be able to make it. Right? And then we hear about the great virtue of this party, who would not put up with any such thing. They put up with it for months. Okay. Very odd. Anyway, there is another story in the Observer this morning. Before we leave the issue of the PNP, they don't seem to be doing very well in St. Anne either. They seem to have all sorts of problems down there. And they can't make up their minds about a candidate. Apparently there's a very strong man who is a man with a lot of influence, insisting that his candidate, who happens also to be his wife, be chosen. And the matter seems beyond resolution. They're trying to get somebody from outside to come in. As it happens, somebody who has knowledge of finance and whom we hear, little birds whispering this all over the place, that this person is wanted by the party to succeed Dr. Davis after the elections, because Dr. Davis will not be going back as Minister of Finance. But apparently there's an eruption, or when I say an eruption, a great deal of contention about that. They don't want any person coming into the constituency from outside. And some lady down there has said that if that happens, she's going to be running as an independent. And there are similar problems in southeastern St. Elizabeth, where Mr. Norman Horn is the candidate. And a lot of people in the leadership, in the constituency leadership of the party, are not happy with Mr. Horn. They're talking about all kinds of things. They're not accepting him. They're not supporting him. And people are even talking about, or at least one person that I heard on the radio this morning, as it happens on that same program where I heard Mr. Peart this morning. One man saying that he's considering running as an independent. So I don't know, the party seems to be under a lot of strain and stress. And will it lead to, Sister P? I hear all kinds of people discussing the likelihood of an election in October, if not in July. And the question is whether the election is going to be postponed as long as possible, which would take it into February of next year, to give time for some kind of healing of the wounds. I don't know. There is a story in the Observer this morning. I have not seen yes, I heard it elsewhere. It was on, but no great fuss seems to have been made about it, although the Observer does give it a lot of prominence. But the fuss that was made about Mrs. Gordon Webley, mentioning the name Jezebel in what was taken to be a thrust at the Prime Minister. I don't see any similar fuss being made here. I'm not talking about in the Observer story. I'm talking about in reference to a statement that was made by Mr. Buchanan in relation to Mr. Christoph Tufton. Mr. Tufton is a devil. Is the devil. Now, out of Jezebel and the devil himself, which is which is more abusive? Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll come back shortly.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered. Celebrating social style, unwrap a lot of happy smiles. Just think of the joy you'll bring with a social gift that keeps on giving.
Ideal for celebrating life goals or marking special occasions. A Scotia gift certificate is the one gift your friends and family will appreciate for years to come.
Never forget the day you gave the best gift yet. A Scotia gift certificate.
That's just her. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch today for details on Scotia gift certificates. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Let's go to a phone call. Hello?
Morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning, sir.
First time on the program, sir.
Yes, sir. Happy
I
to
have a
have
problem
you.
with Jamaica National Bank, you know.
Yes, what's that?
I open a bank account down there the 3rd of the 6th, the 21st of the 3rd, 2006.
Uh-huh.
Them say, me go and them say me can't walk me to the, me have go get JP sign some paper,
Uh-huh.
and them think that I me carry it. No, on behalf of my woman, and she carry it, and she them say she have to put in $500 for walk me it, and we do it.
Uh-huh.
Now, when she walk me it now, we go back the 31st of the 3rd, 2006, and lodge $7,000 in there.
Uh-huh.
The woman, she said, swipe, when she go open the account first, the lady give her a swipe card and tell her, say, put in a number. She put in a number, the woman run it in the machine and say, the system down, come back tomorrow. No, woman said,
she wanted to draw money out of it?
No, she just opened the bank, the bank account, and then figure one swipe card to have it for draw when she ready.
Yeah, I see, yes.
So she drew the first $500 she want me to with. Them give her the card the day there and say, put in the number. She swipe the card. The woman tell her, say, the system done. Come back tomorrow, me she put it in.
Uh-huh.
She said, she not really want the money for draw out of the bank. She not even bother go back, you see? No, she go back. She go back the 31st now. Go lodge the $7,000. When she go back now, Saturday gone now, go put in $3,000 more in there. When she lodge the $3,000 and get back the book, she only got the $3,000 in the book. Them draw the $7,500 out of the book.
For what?
We don't know. Them a tell we say somebody have access to our card, and she never get no number down there from them, because them tell her the system down. She go back yesterday now out there and I try rectify it. Them a tell her somebody have access to your card, and lady, so we can't do anything about it.
Oh?
We want to know what's going on, Mr. Perkins, because we want with 7,500, because we have to work hard for that, you know.
Yes.
Because rain, gunshot, everything are going, boy, we have to push out a guy work, same way, you know.
Uh-huh.
And them I tell you who the money draw a ATM machine, and we don't have no number for the card, because them tell we system down. Some woman never go back, because she don't really want to draw the money way in there.
Uh-huh.
So somebody find loophole in the place and draw to money. And I tell you, pay a thing about the money. The one down at Duke Street.
Boy, if that happened to me, I would be prepared to go to the Privy Council. If I had to
We don't have no money to go
get lawyer.
We don't have no money to get no lawyer, Mr. Perkins.
You know, that is part of the problem with the justice system.
And I get up pitney, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I know.
We don't have no money to go to no lawyer and them something there. I will lose $7,500, and them I tell you, say we give them $1,000 to go see who run the machine, the camera. We don't have no more money to go waste, Mr. Perkins.
You must give them what? $7,000?
We must give them $1,000 to go see the camera or who draw the money. And we don't have no money to do that again, you know, Mr. Perkins.
No, man.
Yesterday we go down, the man I tell me, woman, but somebody have access to your thing. All the paper with it, what we just go join the bank with. Them say them go look for it all inside. All know them can't come show me, woman.
Oh, boy.
Mr. Perkins, I want to know I go and look at me. Plan to go write up all paper and stand up down there and call down all kind of media, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Because we work too hard for our money.
No, if that really is what happened, sir, then something is seriously wrong.
Yeah, them find loophole in and take out the money, Mr. Perkins. Because she not take out the money because me and she live. And anything she do, she make me know that. She not do that.
But tell me something.
And the kid not going on no machine till yesterday again when them take it from them and say, oh, mother, this machine is not working.
Let me ask you something. That, well, I don't know. I've never worked one of those things. I don't know how they work. But does it not require a signature?
Somebody who, when they open the bank account.
No, I'm told it doesn't require a signature, just a number.
Yeah, then
look here, there is no way that I would have my money in an account from which money could be drawn in that way.
Them card in at the bank and
yes, I know.
Them know every system.
I know they have those systems. I'm sorry, I'm not in that. I am not in that.
Them know everything what go on in them, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
If I work my $7,500 and lose it, so me I walk right up all if I card and go down there, you know.
Yes.
And carry all if I me then.
But you're telling me that you have not been given a number.
Yeah, because when you swipe it in, the woman here back and say the system don't matter. Come back tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And she said she don't really want to draw the money. That's not even relevant.
What bank you say that is?
Jamaica National, the one down at Duke Street.
I wonder if we can get hold of them.
And I hear that thing them I tell my woman, you know.
The Duke Street office of Jamaica National.
Cause see how much time them draw the money, see there? From the 21st of the 11th, then draw $1,000. The 21st again of the 11th, them draw $4,000. The 21st of the 11th again, them draw $2,000.
So that's hold on, that's 13,000 in all?
No man, $7,500.
No, you give me those numbers again.
The 21st of the 11th, 2006, them draw out $1,000.
Yes.
The 21st of the 11th, 2006, them draw out $4,000.
That's 5,000.
The 21st of the 11th, 2006, them draw out $1,000.
That's 7,000.
The 25th now, them draw $2,000 again.
That's 9,000. And how much you had in the account? 7,500?
No, man, $200 at Mr. Perkins. The 25th, them draw $200.
Oh, 200.
Yeah, and the 21st, them draw 100. and then the 27th of the 11th, 2006, them draw $500. The 30th
but
of
that
the 11th.
is more money than you had in the account.
No, man, listen to Mr. Perkins. I know more on it,
How
man.
much money you had in the account?
7,500. Here now. The 24th, them draw 100. At the 6th, you know. The 24th of the 11th. At 3 times for one day, them draw money, you know. By 24th of the 11th, 2006, you know. 100, 4,000, 1,000. That's a 3 times for one day. Then the 25th of the
100.
100. Yeah. 4,000.
4,000.
And then 1,000 again.
And 100.
No, man. 100,
Hold on.
4,000,
100, 4,000.
And 1,000 again.
And 1,000.
Yeah, and the 25th of the 11th, 2006, them draw 200.
200.
Yeah. Then the 27th of the 11th, 2006, them draw 500.
500.
Yeah, then the 30th of the 11th, 2006, them draw 200.
200.
Yeah, and the first of the 12th, 2006, them draw 500.
500.
Yeah. The whole of the money done there, so.
Now, let me see. 4,000, 5,000, 5,100, 300, 800, 6,000, 6,500. Right? That's what I have here now. 6,005. And you say you had what?
7,500. Mr. Perkins, you get the figure them right?
Yes. 100.
Yeah.
4,000. 1,000.
Yeah.
200. 500.
Yeah.
200. And 500.
1,200. 1,200 the 30th of 11, 2006.
You give me a different number now.
No, man. Me just see the one side, like the weight fight. The 30th of the 11th. 2006, them draw 1,200. Yeah, other one, that's the 1,200. That.
I see.
And I pay go around them, I go around and I tell you different thing about the money. Mr. Perkins, can't afford to lose my money them way there, Mr. Perkins. You know, sun shine, rain fall, gunshot, everything road a block, we still have to find way for that work, you know. I want to know what kind of advice I can give me. Look, I want to write up some holy card and go stand up out there tomorrow morning, you know. Well,
I don't know how much that is going to help you.
Want me that to say enough people lose their money, so you know, but enough people not talk to them. I tell you, go for liar, and poor people are the money for the liar. That's why people just squash down, no fight enough time, and not go nowhere back for it.
Well, you know, sir, I don't know if they
Mr. Perkins, now bleed inside of me, Mr. Perkins. I try not even knowing, Mr. Perkins.
All right, I'll tell you what you do. Leave us a number, right, and your name off here, and we'll see what we'll look into this matter and get back in touch with you. All right?
All right, sir.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Uncle.
Hi. How are you?
Morning.
How are you?
Problem.
Morning to you.
Problem.
What sort of problem?
Problem.
Oh, yes?
The PNP is going through some serious problem, Mr. Perkins.
But if that were so, sir, I take it that you would be happy about it?
No, man.
Eh?
No.
Or are you flopping?
Mr. Perkins, don't take serious thing, mate, joke, man.
Wow.
Mr. Perkins, throughout your life, from Norman Manley founded the PNP, that was what, 1938?
1937, 38, somewhere there. Yes.
Can you remember the PNP is going through before? This kind of disarray before?
No, I don't remember any period.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is one period.
Yes, sir.
Where the 4-H is. But it wasn't like this, I don't think. Right? I don't remember it as being like this. But they were ultimately expelled from the party. And that was when the NWU was founded, and the TUC severed from the PNP.
Yes, sir.
But I don't think it was like this.
Mr. Perkins, what the PNP is going through now, they are going through an internal battle.
Yes.
Which is greater than the opposition they are getting from the Jamaica Labour Party,
Yeah. You think so?
I think so, Mr. Perkins. The writing is on the wall. The writing. Did you listen to some comment Mr. Dean Piet made on, I think it was Nationwide yesterday evening, about Mr. Van der Palmer?
Oh, yes. It was on... No, it was on...
This morning?
This morning.
And did you also listen another discussion with the one in which your friend there who was a senator in the House, Mr. Norman Ahn,
yes,
is also going through?
That was this morning. This morning.
And then now they have another problem over in Southeast St. Anne, where the boss there is saying if it's not Miss, there will be no other candidate. You understand me?
Is that so?
Yes. You understand? And they are trying to say they can solve the problem by sending a dead stranger there.
Yes.
And they still cannot arrive at some kind of settlement.
So, hold on just a moment for me.
Barco Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality laundry products such as Trill Laundry Detergent and Fabric Softener, PAL All-Purpose Cleaner, and PAL Dishwashing Liquid. Products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:46.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop, you come to it. Beside the best hardware you can get it. Where the price is nice and you get advice. The choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, nephew.
And I am going to say something.
Yes, flip-flop.
I am going to say something to you now.
Uh-huh.
And it may be sound funny, but this is what is going on the ground.
Uh-huh.
One of the reasons, too, why they want to send Peter to Southeast St. Anne
Uh-huh.
is that Omar Davis is having a fight of his life.
A fight of his life?
Yes, in the sense that there is a chance that he's running back as a candidate,
Uh-huh.
but he might not return. Sound funny?
Well, I haven't heard that particular one. I know that there is some trouble in the constituency, a lot of trouble in the constituency.
Mr. Perkins.
Right?
All right.
And I hear that they've even been putting up green flags.
All right. So they're trying to put in a alternative measure in place. That if he does not return, there will be somebody capable of taking his position.
A what?
If he's not returned by the ballot, then there will
Is that it, or did I hear that he was not going to resume office as Prime Minister, as a Minister of National Security? What the hell am I saying?
No, man.
As Finance Minister?
No, man. Because their argument is that the business sector has so many confidence in him.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, and the overseas investors
have confidence in Dr. Davis?
Have confidence in Omar.
Oh, why?
Because one of the arguments is that when he float a ban overseas, within minutes, it has been oversubscribed.
Yes, because the investors there can make more money out of lending to the Jamaican government than they can lend it to any other government, as far as I know.
And it come back again to the argument.
And the Constitution of Jamaica requires that the debt be paid before even Omar is paid.
You understand? And Mr. Perkins, I am
a lot of people have been making a lot of money out of Jamaica, you know, sir.
Yes, that's true. But I am telling
that's
you...
the chief accomplishment of Omar. You remember what Mr. Thwaite said?
Yes. Yes. I think he mentioned something similar that the last time we have full employment in this country
was the day before slavery abolished.
He mentioned it this week on his program. He mentioned it one day this week on his program.
He did?
Yes, man.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, man.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
But, Mr. Perkins, the PNP will never be able to solve this internal problem they have before we enter election. But may I say something to you?
Well, how much time do they have to the next election?
That's the next point. That's the next point. But the argument is, I born come here, that's when it come upon democracy and respect of the individual opinion and rights. No place like the PNP.
No what?
No party like the PNP, in the sense that they are so much full where democracy is concerned.
Oh,
you have heard that over the years.
I
was surprised this month to hear on this morning program that the sitting councillor in the Norman Arn seat and Mr. Blake campaign manager say on the program that Norman Arn were sent and given to them without even the constituency executive were notified. Did you hear that, Mr. Perkins? I was so shocked that and they say up to now nobody sit and discuss it with them. I was so shocked that I'm wondering if this is a...
Well, you know, sir, as a party gets old in power, right?
Yes.
It tends to become more and more, you know, power, it is said, tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And, you know, the more accustomed people get to power, is the is the more likely they are to use it without regard for
Yes.
others, you know.
Yes. Yes.
They tend to sort of slip into the notion that this power is theirs, that they can do what they want with it.
And somebody on the same program, Mr. Perkins, was saying that the party has, the PNP has double standard because you have one system where the delegates select Portia Simpson. And then the delegates select their candidate and the party move them.
I heard that. But look here. I really don't understand you, you know. I mean, how many months ago it was that I heard you saying something quite different?
Well, you know you're never too old to learn.
I follow you.
You know. But, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Perkins.
You sometimes get too old to twist and turn, you know.
That's true. But, Mr. Perkins, toward all of this, you know, nobody can disagree, but they have to agree. We have to lift our hat and hand to Mr. Golin.
You have to do what?
Lift our hat and hand and give Mr. Golin an hand clap.
Oh, is that
because
so?
you remember that what we are saying now about the PNP, it was saying by the PNP about the GLP some times ago. Or the GLP disarray and then cannot unite, and then if they can't unite, then they're not capable of running the country. You remember that was saying about the GLP, especially by the PNP?
Yes.
If the shoes...
The infection has spread.
Right. If the shoes have now changed foot. If the shoes have now changed foot, Mr. Perkins, and someone should say that about the PNP now, don't you think the PNP should agree?
Well, did the Labour Party agree?
Well, honestly speaking, I remember some time that I've heard Mr. Carson that was saying that the GLP have to get themselves together and put themselves and make themselves available to take reign of power. But Mr. Perkins, you remember I was saying to you some time ago that you have 10 PNP seats in which you have member of parliament where the GLP is leading comfortable.
10 PNP seats?
Yes.
Where the GLP is leading comfortable.
The GLP.
How do you know this?
Mr. Perkins, we are gone 3 already.
Who is telling you this? Mr. Bill Johnson?
Well, I gone 3 already.
Eh?
I gone...
No, was it Mr. Bill Johnson who said this?
I have been saying it before the Gleaner started to publish the poll on Sunday.
And you take what Mr. Bill Johnson says as confirmation? I am not
taking what Bill Johnson is saying. I am telling you based on the result of the canvassing in which the PNP itself have done. I remember some weeks ago, Mr. Buchanan come out and said they asked for another canvassing to be done.
Yes.
Well, the result of that last canvassing is now coming out.
Oh, coming out where?
Within party circle.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. And what? You still have links in there?
And it is also showing, Mr. Perkins, that it has moved from 10.
Are you telling me that you still have links? The with people in there who supply you with this kind of information?
Mr. Perkins, I know you might find it a little bit difficult to come to grip in what I'm saying.
But you have your connections.
But the Gleaner and Mr. Bill Johnson is also proving me right.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir.
But tell me something. You remember Mr. Bill Johnson's performance down in St. Lucia?
That is true, but never forget, Mr. Perkins. Never forget.
Let me tell you something, sir. Polls can't prove anything right here. Okay? A poll is not reliable. Right? They're not reliable. You can't
understand the point.
You can't be sure. You can't be sure when a pollster tells you something that something is true.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. But just before you go, I want to raise one issue with you in which I heard Mr. Golin were mentioning in the budget debate. when he mentioned that 70% of the children which leave school every year are left school without no form of subject or skill.
Yes.
Does that figure really frighten Mr. Perkins?
Well, it is a frightening figure, sir.
You understand?
We've been hearing figures like this for some time. But it is absolutely frightening.
Mr. Perkins.
Right? And I tell you more than that. Okay. It is an absolutely terrifying figure.
Yes.
Right?
Mr. Perkins, if you go anywhere in Jamaica,
yes,
and go to a primary school where you have the age of 6 to 12 years attend, and you would take 10 of those children and ask them, what would you love to be when you eventually left school? They are going to tell you doctor, lawyer, nurse, teachers, you name them.
But they're not going to make it. At this rate, they're not going to make it. Look here, I have to go.
Yes, all right.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11:01.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back. And do we have Satan online? Hello?
Hi, Mr. Perkins. How are
Morning, Satan. How are you?
I'm very righteous.
Mr. Tufton,
Yes,
you
sir.
must learn to laugh, you know.
Well, that's my approach, sir. That's my approach.
That's your approach.
That's my approach.
It's a very healthy thing to do.
I believe so, and it has worked for me in the past. As a matter of fact, those who are using those terms are the ones that are panicking, and we fully understand why they're panicking.
Yes.
I called you this morning, Mr. Perkins, not to dwell too much
on Satan.
On the Satan issue, only to sort of make a bigger point. I don't know if you saw a program some weeks ago when this term Jezebel was used.
Yes.
In a particular context by Joan Gordon Webley. And on that
Now I wonder, which one is worse? Satan or Jezebel?
Well, I believe if we are referring to the evil Jezebel, because there are a few in the Bible.
Yes.
Then it would have to be Satan would have had to tempt her, and therefore Satan.
Absolutely, I should have thought that the thing begins with Satan.
Yes.
And Mr. Roger Clark also said that when he looked across the floor in Parliament and saw you people sitting on the other side,
right,
all he could see was evil.
Yes.
Coming out of you.
Well, again, I think the more significant point in all of this, Mr. Perkins, is that there's a level of hypocrisy that has characterized the approach taken by the PNP, and certainly by the chief spokesperson, Mr. Buchanan, who just happens to be the member of parliament for the constituency.
What about the media, Mr. Tufton?
Well, I think the media has a role to play. Sometimes they editorialize, and perhaps even excessively so. But I don't think you can fault them for carrying what is...
No, it's not just a matter of carrying, it's a matter of the comments that we have heard.
The editorialize, right. The
and it seemed to me that, for example, I didn't get to listen to the Breakfast Club this morning. So I don't know whether they discussed this satanic episode.
I didn't hear.
But I'm just wondering, because they all of these programs discussed at some length the Jezebel one.
Jezebel story, yes.
And everybody was saying how outrageous it was to refer to the Prime Minister as a Jezebel.
Yes.
But I heard...
I recall hearing nationwide on the morning program, Emily Crooks, and they spent quite a lot of time on that issue, and they were quite,
I didn't hear them.
Displayed.
I didn't hear them on Satan this morning.
I didn't listen, so I'm not sure. But the day is still young, My point, though, is that Donald Buchanan himself, in this particular program, when he heard of the Jezebel comment, made heavy wind of it with Carl Samuda and demanded an apology.
Yes.
Because
and Mr. Samuda buckled.
And of course the General Secretary, well, in the interest of the party, and I guess attempting to create the environment that hopefully will see a good mood during the election, decided to go that route, although he did say if that was in fact the case. So he did put a sort of a condition on the apology.
But Mr.
But Mr. Perkins, the point I make is that Buchanan said that, demanded that, and then he himself now is engaging in a situation where both you and I think Jamaica agree that terminology could be interpreted as a lot more severe.
Yes.
So the question is he prepared now to offer a similar apology? I won't hold my breath on it. I just think it's tantamount to hypocrisy, and I wanted to make that point.
Yes.
And a level of frustration, I think, which he's certainly experiencing because of the exposure of his very dismal legacy in the constituency. But more generally, as you can see, and Jamaica can see all around them, the challenges that party faces in terms of just putting together a credible position going into an election in a few months. But I would prefer to see us focus on the issues, Mr. Perkins, and I think as leaders we have to set the example. Not only was Mr. Buchanan, who is not seeking re-election, setting a tone at the constituency level which could raise the political temperature. Even if I don't see anything wrong with it, I think there are others who might interpret it one way, another way. And given what has happened with the Jezebel story and the Azan calling Michael Stern an idiot over in Clarendon,
yes,
we have to be careful that we don't pursue a path that could heighten the temperature and lead to a scenario where it creates the type of tribal nature of the politics that we have seen over years. And that is my concern. Unfortunately, also, the candidate who is running against me, who is a Reverend Redwood, seemed to have been engaged in that practice because, according to the reporter, he was also waxing warm on the platform with the same Satan terminology.
Yes.
My position, Mr. Perkins, is that I'm there to serve all the people. I know what I am, who I am, and what I bring to the table. And I think that it is important for us not to get distracted or sidetracked by these sideshows and focus on the real issues, which is to provide proper representation for the people on the ground. St. Elizabeth is a parish, sir, that has suffered under the PNP administration over the last 18 years. I mean, the official government data tells us about a poverty line that is over 20%. It tells us about 30% of people in the parish only having access to primary education. It tells us about just
what percentage?
Just over 30% of the residents of the parish. The parish has about 150,000. Has just primary school level education. 65% secondary. 2.5% tertiary level education. It tells us that 56% have access to pipe water. In many cases, the pipe is in the ground, but no water comes through the pipe. 20% have access to indoor taps. 61%, Mr. Perkins, of residents still use pit latrines. For me, Mr. Perkins, that is what people want to hear about. And what I find increasingly, and it's becoming a feature of this administration, and Mr. Buchanan sort of represents that as the main spokesperson for the party, where they attempt to find all sorts of side issues to take people's attention or focus away from the real issue, which is what has this government done over the last decade and a half to bring hope to people, and in particular to the future generation.
Well, I remember hearing Mr. Patterson saying at the party conference that Mrs. Simpson-Miller was not just the party's best hope for fifth term. She was its only hope, which really is a shocking statement when you consider that the party has been in office for 18 years. And in effect, what Mr. Patterson is saying, that it cannot approach the electorate on the basis of its achievements.
That's a
in
challenge.
That period.
That is the fundamental problem, Mr. President.
Yes.
You know what I tell people on the ground when I do my walks? I say, listen, there is nothing that the PNP can come to you today and promise that they are going to do, because they have had 18 years to do what they needed to do to create an environment that...
Well, they have made some promises which have not been kept.
I can tell you about that. In 2002, P.J. Patterson, with the Honorable Prime Minister, the current one, beside him, promised to abandon cost sharing by 2005 at the secondary school level. We're in 2007, and that is yet to take place. And we could go on and on with a number of other promises.
But the one that I like to remember is that new industrial policy.
6% growth?
That was 6% growth
yes.
per annum, average. And we were going to end up, by the year 2010, with a per capita income equal to that of Barbados in 1995. Right.
We're still working on it. Well, you know, Mr. Perkins...
I don't think that the economy has grown cumulatively 6% since then.
No. Actually, when you factor population increase and so on, the economy has really been just totally flat. It hasn't grown at all.
Yes.
But, you know, Mr. Perkins, I think that part of the challenge is that this government is not only tired. Fatigue has certainly set in, because they have attempted to overcome and to achieve what is the ideal situation for any country, which is economic expansion, but has failed to do that. But they have become now masters of spin and attempts to justify their legacy, because many of them are coming to the end of their tenure, Mr. Buchanan included. And the sad fact about it, it's almost a tragic comedy. You know, it would be funny if it weren't so serious to the people at the community level. The sad fact of it is that every announcement that is made, the last budget presentation by the finance minister and prime minister being the more current ones, it bears very, very little resemblance, Mr. Perkins, to the reality of the people at the community level. And at some point we have to, as future leaders and current leaders, begin to ask ourselves the question, what is the role of government? Because if there is no relationship between these growth figures or these unemployment figures, and the people at the community level, with young people having over 30% unemployment, having no skills, can't afford some of the basic essentials, no water running through the pipes. I mean, government loses credibility, and apathy becomes the main feature of the democratic process, which I think is quite unhealthy. And that is what I think is happening today. And I don't think the government knows how to deal with it. And I think instead what they're trying to do is to engage in a sort of Samphire three-card spin in order to try and justify what really cannot be justified.
Hold on just a moment for me, please.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, tiles, 9630628 and 9063862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Tufton. Mr. Tufton, you know the problem we face in this country? Tribalism.
Yes.
Right? And I'm wondering, when you look at what is happening on the African continent, right? One wonders whether that is not their problem too. They haven't graduated. The Europeans had their tribes, right? And at a point they gave up tribalism for the nation, right? Nigeria is not a nation.
Yes.
It's a collection of tribes, right?
Yes.
Jamaica is not a nation. It is a collection of tribes. What we have, it seems to me that the critical thing today is to get beyond that and to start looking at, when you say look at issues, the issues that you have to look at is the relationship, what is going on in Jamaica, and how does this affect the interests of Jamaica.
Part of the challenge, Mr. Perkins, is that I strongly believe that to break that cycle of tribalism,
yes,
it's going to require not just new leadership and leadership with a different approach, but it has to be supported by structures, because I believe that we have entrenched a tribal approach within our culture by the enabling structures that we have put in place to facilitate that.
But if we do not overcome that, Mr. Tufton, we are never going to be able to deal with this problem.
I am with
and
you 100%.
when one looks at the seriousness of I don't think that people are really understanding how bad things really are in Jamaica.
But let me give you an example, Mr. Perkins, very, very recent in Southwest St. Elizabeth. You know, this beautification World Cup thing with the Petro-Caribbean money that was announced prior to World Cup is now just reaching Southwest St. Elizabeth after World Cup has ended, incidentally. The Member of Parliament has gotten some money, apparently, to hire anywhere between 300 and 400 persons.
Yes.
And essentially what he has done is identified his strong activists in each community and have them select key party workers and effectively given these 2 or 3 party workers in each community work to do a little bushing where they earn $1,000 a day for 5 days. And, they work for 3 or 4 hours a day and relax and enjoy themselves. And that work is expected to last for a few months, more than likely up to the election period. After that, basically, you see nothing. Now, what happens there? It creates a scenario where scarce benefits are being distributed to persons who are identified as being aligned to obviously the governing party, with so many other persons around them, both persons who might have supported the governing party, but also more persons who have not, who supported the other party or no party at all. And what it does, it breeds a level of resentment, Mr. Perkins, that entrenches and reinforces the tribal nature of the politics based on this approach towards distributing scarce resources to the selected few. And these are some of the things that we really need to change in terms of how we move forward.
Yes, but we have to recognize that is not going to work. What we need is to get this economy moving.
Fully with you on that.
Right? And
fully with you.
There was a time in Jamaica when everybody, I wouldn't say everybody, but the general drive was towards economic development.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now the drive is towards economic stagnation.
But this is why, again, I say, if the government is unwilling to accept that they have a problem, they are unlikely to do anything to address the problem.
Well,
take the issue of the budget debate again, another example, and the unemployment data. The opposition took a position in the parliament, both the leader and the finance spokesperson, on this unemployment data, which the government has announced that has fallen from 1988, from 18% to just over 9%. Our position has been that the methodology is flawed because it overestimates those persons who are gainfully engaged in the process. It ignores the large number of persons, almost 400,000, who are eligible to be employed. They are of the age, they are not in school, they are not homemakers, they are just out there not doing anything, but have fallen outside of the definition of the labor force.
Yes.
And therefore, for proper planning purposes and to achieve the objective of engaging these persons gainfully, we must pursue a path where we understand why they are out there, look at the problems that they have, and address it. Instead, the government's response is that was the definition in 1988, and it's the same definition now, and as far as they are concerned, they are making progress.
Yes.
When the data is there suggesting the complete opposite. Now, if they're not willing to accept that, Mr. Perkins, are they going to look at that 400,000 Jamaicans, many of them young people, and say, okay, listen, how can we restore you to a point where you can gainfully occupy yourself with some form of some means of employment?
Mr. Tufton, did you see the Star yesterday afternoon?
No, I didn't.
There was a story in the Star about school children offering themselves as prostitutes for, among other things, oral sex.
I'm not surprised.
Little girls, you know.
Not surprised.
Right?
And these are the manifestations of a society, Mr. Perkins, that has not only lost its moral fiber, but does not have the the level of economic activity to sustain the infrastructures, whether it is the family, or the school, or any other
society is rocking as a consequence.
That's the point.
And look here, I hear them talking about the family and all kind of things like this, right? They don't understand. I see a story in the Observer this morning, right, where one professor from the university is supposed to be saying that character is more important than intelligence.
Well, intelligence should influence.
No, but intelligence should influence character.
That's my thinking, yeah.
Right? But the thing is that if you're a good man, Mr. Tufton, right? A good man, a man to be trusted, you won't do anything that you see to be wrong, right? So, shall we give you power when you don't have the intelligence to know what to do with the power?
Your intentions might be sincere, but if you lack the capacity to guide the process, then you're going to be challenged.
And this is coming out of the mouth of a professor at the university.
Well, I don't know the context in which he said it, so I'm not going to be as to the article, and there might be a context there. But the truth is that if the most critical resource of any society has to be its human resource.
Yes.
And if you're not, any leadership at all levels must be in a position, or certainly work towards a position where you can enable that critical human resource. We have failed dismally. We have done well in terms of access, if access is defined in its strictest sense. Certainly over the last, since independence, a lot more people are now engaging the process. But in terms of the qualitative impact on developing the young minds, in terms of turning out persons to enter the job market, to enter the labor force, where they can compete, where they can use initiative and creativity to create opportunities, we are really failing horribly at that level.
Here, to come back to what the professor said, right? Don't we know, here is a quotation, right? The amount of intelligence required to succeed in life is overestimated. He said, we need to stop worshipping at the altar of high intelligence. What we have to realize is that more important than intelligence is character. Right?
Well, how does he define character, though?
Well, I don't know.
Well, probably
I don't know. But it would seem to me, it would seem to me that it is intelligence that ultimately determines character in any intelligent way. Am I right?
Yeah, well, that would be my thinking.
I mean, there was a time in human history when men of character, including St. Augustine, believed that it was right to burn people's bodies at the stake, because of some, disagreement over some religious doctrinal thing, right?
And you're saying intelligence would say one needs to be more tolerant.
Huh?
Intelligence would steer one away from that. And
intelligence would steer one away from that.
And say you need to be more tolerant of varying views and differing
views. Yes, it is intelligence that has steered humanity away from those things towards greater levels of cooperation.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, no, I'm with you.
And when he's done talking this damn nonsense and decides to go home, what does he do? Jump into his car and drives off, right? What was it that produced that motor car? Was it character or intelligence?
Some intelligence would have been there. But the two are linked closely, Mr. Perkins.
No. But I tell you something. Morality, sir. Human societies have had all kinds of different forms of morality, right? And some have been injurious to the general interest. It has held back progress, right? And it is intelligence that determined at various points of human history that we had to give up this, we had to give up that, we had to go. Well, when you look at the American Declaration of Independence, right? Wasn't it intelligence? The people who occupied, a lot of the people who migrated to the United States were running away from Europe because of religious persecution by men of sound character.
Yes.
Am I right?
Certainly.
Yes. And it is intelligence
that was able to accommodate them within
that
a framework.
Accommodated them
and allowed
and
them
led to a development where that kind of rubbish was abolished. Hold on just a moment for me.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:31.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today will be mainly sunny with partly cloudy conditions, scattered showers, and isolated thunderstorms during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, especially during the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-888-4-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, Mr. Tufton.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
But when we have a professor, a former professor at the university, Professor Errol Miller, talking rubbish like this, right? Where do we expect to get on this kind of thinking?
Well, Mr. Perkins, as I said, I don't know the context in which he used the particular...
The context in which he used it, sir, was that he was addressing teachers and was suggesting to them that they spend more time trying to get their good moral standards into their students than to cultivate their intelligence.
Well, I probably would say that for the institution, the school, they are more concerned with, although moral standards are important, with developing intelligence or the capacity to intelligently approach solving problems.
Yes, but moral standards, sir.
Yeah.
I insist, are the results of intelligence. Useful moral standards are valuable for their utility. It's not just a matter of, this is good and that is bad. This is good and that is bad because the good leads the good is beneficial, right? In a society where he who plays by the rules gets rewarded rather than shafted, right? And that statement that was made by the minister, that in Jamaica the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted.
Where would you put culture, Mr. Perkins, as
culture
it relates to morality versus intelligence?
But culture, sir, morality is an aspect of culture.
Yes, I would think
so.
But
culture is a development arising out of intelligence, the application of intelligence.
It evolves over,
Yes, it is. It is the intelligence of man.
For a child who just enters the world,
yes,
which aspect of, is it morality or intelligence that begins the development?
There is no conflict between morality and intelligence.
I don't think so. But which does one tend to take precedent over the other at the very early stages?
But hold on. Even at the very early stages, right? You teach the child.
Let's say right from wrong.
Yes.
We get into a whole different philosophical discussion. I hope you're
right from wrong.
But let's say right from wrong.
Right from wrong.
The child enters the world, and your first inclination is to use whatever means at your disposal, or based on what you believe in. It might be the rod, or it might be just moral suasion, to teach the child what is right or what is wrong. Is that a sort of moral influence, or is it an attempt to develop intelligence?
But the way to teach the child morality is by making the child understand, helping the child to understand that this is good because it leads to good consequences.
Right.
This is bad because it will lead to bad consequences.
But what if the child's capacity for intelligence is restricted because the child is, is mentally retarded or retarded in some way or the other? Then the child might be incapable of understanding why this might be good or bad. But certainly one could use influences of one form or another to send a message that this is good or bad, which would speak more to morality than to intelligence. So
but if the child is mentally defective, well, that is one thing. But the majority of children are not mentally defective, right?
Well, one could argue
in any event.
But I think, you see, my concern with the argument, as I have seen the article, is that we have to be careful that we don't argue one at the expense of the other.
I am not doing that, sir.
I suggest
no.
to you that both are quite critical.
Hold on. I am not doing that. I am saying that there is no conflict between morality and intelligence.
Yes.
Morality is a product of intelligence.
Yes. Well, in Jamaica's case, and I want to get back to the policy issues because we are noted for having the broken families. I think half of our families are single parent scenarios, and the family tends to be the first point at which a young one is the development and the influence on the mind begins. And therefore one cannot discount the impact of the family. The school, of course, being another critical one in a few years after that.
There again.
And then again, Mr. Perkins, the church. We are noted for having more churches per square mile, I understand, than anywhere else. Do we therefore have a problem of morality, or do we have a problem of intelligence?
In my view, what we have is a problem of intelligence.
Of intelligence.
Right? The family.
Yes.
Right? The family is a vitally important social institution.
Critical.
But the family does not exist by itself. Right?
Yes.
The family is a social institution, and it requires a foundation. Right? And as Karl Marx said, how men organize to produce the means of their subsistence constitutes the fundamental relations of society. The family has to be structured on an economic foundation.
Critical. I am with you on that.
And it is nonsense to go talking about the family.
Well,
when you have undermined that economic foundation.
The family is what it is because of the survival instinct, which is inherent in every human being. They have to adjust to an environment in order to try to survive.
Yes.
To put it simplistically.
Yes.
And in a scenario where you have the issue of having kids, for example. It is said, studies have shown that persons who are of a poorer socioeconomic group, lower socioeconomic group, tend to have more children. And when you talk to them on the ground, sometimes, more often than not, you get a reason that, the kids are insurance policy for later on. In other words, they are influenced to some extent by the fact that the more they have is the more they are likely to be supported in their old age. Because, of course, they see that as the only means of survival later on, because they have no other social safety net, whether in insurance or investments or other things like that.
You know, Mr. Tufton, that in Europe, at the time of the Industrial Revolution, right, the population rate fell dramatically in countries like Britain, notably France. In France, they had what was considered a serious population growth problem, right? Because as the economy improved and opportunities improved, people had fewer children.
Well, that's the point I'm making. Right. That's the point I'm making. So the opposite is true, and it manifests itself now in today's world, today's society, where more wealthier persons in high socioeconomic are not motivated to have as many kids. So there's a lopsided social evolution or development taking place, which if not dealt with, makes the problem even worse as we move forward.
But
and you're right. The only way to address that is to correct the economic imbalances that exist. But I put it to you that you cannot do that by focusing on the redistribution of income or poverty alleviation programs, as important as that might be for those who are vulnerable because of disability or otherwise. There is a need for a social safety net in every society. But the fundamental role of a government, which is why I am absolutely convinced that this government has not only failed, they have failed dismally. Because you have 18 years to focus on the most fundamental thing, which is to expand and improve the economic base of a society so that people can have more opportunities. Not to hand out to people, but to enable people. And that comes from the infrastructure, it comes from the education and training, It comes from putting in institutions to facilitate that. If that were to happen, Mr. Perkins, we would not have the problems we have with teenage pregnancy. We would not have the problems we have with the crime.
Yes.
We would not have the problems we have from domestic violence, because a lot of it is out of frustration of lack of opportunities.
Absolutely.
And we could go on and on.
Yes.
And this government continues to miss the point and are more focused on talking about the poor, the poor. And have done nothing to address the plight of the poor in a sustainable way.
I don't know, Mr. Tufton, that we have ever sat down in an intelligent way to define the role of government. When Norman Manley and Buster, right? And I blame Norman Manley for more because he was the one who claimed to be the intellectual, right? When they were setting out to self-government, right? And ultimately to independence. Nobody sat down and attempted to define the role of government. What was government going to be there for? Hold on just a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45.
Tasty, the original taste, everybody come here. The original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, most what's the radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty, the original taste,
savor the flavor, freshly baked.
Tasty, the original taste, tasty.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here, sir.
I think it should be rocket science. I don't think...
No, it's not rocket science.
...to know what government's role should be. The question is how we get there. I'm not convinced that Omar Davies wants to see a lot of poor people in Jamaica. Nor am I convinced that Bruce Golding wants to see poor people in Jamaica. Or anybody for that matter. The question is, what is the means by which we empower people? And I believe that fundamentally the JLP and the PNP are different because the PNP's approach to empowerment, it's not about expanding the pie, it is about redistribution. There's a fundamental lack of understanding, perhaps because of their philosophical base, perhaps because they're still carrying the sort of socialist ideology from the 70s, which spoke more to this sort of collective sharing of what we have, rather than a meritocracy where we empower people and reward people based on effort and achievement. Perhaps that is the problem, but they have certainly had enough time to demonstrate whether or not they are capable of empowering people. And it is quite clear that year after year they have to be in sort of a response mode to dealing with a crisis of both intelligence and character, frankly speaking, rather than saying, okay, we have come and improved incrementally to this point, this is what we are going to do to move to the next point. Every other country in the Caribbean, Mr. Perkins, has demonstrated that capacity. This PNP government has not been able to do it, and that is why they need to make way for someone else to try, and that is why I think the JLP is better.
If Omar Davies had the character, that made him want to improve the lot, to make Jamaica into a place where the Jamaican people could live decent lives and happy lives. And if he had the intelligence to know how to go about it, he could not have produced the policies that he has and got Jamaica into the situation in which it is. Right? The best definition that I know, I keep saying it on this program, the best definition of government that I know is that supplied by Thomas Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence of the United States.
Yes, the happiness of the people.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among them the right to life, to liberty, and to the pursuit of happiness.
Exactly.
Right? And that it is to secure these rights that governments are instituted among men.
Well, this is where
right?
I think also that the structures that exist are a hindrance rather than an enabling force to achieve those ends.
Well.
And this is why any change that takes place politically must be accompanied by structures to support the fundamental role of government. The Constitution's commitment, for example, to servicing debt as a first call on the budget. One has to ask, wonder what is the implications of that as it relates to the people at the community level and the welfare and the well-being of the people. The lack of accountability at the leadership level, the poor level of representation, which in many cases is not just a function of the character or the intelligence or the integrity of the local political representatives, but in many cases is a function of the way the system or the process works. I mean, there has to be a fundamental shift in the way we do things.
But of course there must, because if you judge by Jefferson's model,
yes.
right? Government in Jamaica has been a total, absolute failure.
Well, as I say, ultimately it's about the happiness of the people, and the question is a simple question.
Well, it is not.
How happy are the people? Are the people happy? And happiness, I would assume, is measured in terms of their level of satisfaction with their particular state of affairs. And clearly, I mean, you run a program where I would imagine there are about 3 or 4 common themes that emerge every single day from every single caller. It is about accountability. It is about transparency.
Injustice.
It is about representation, local constituency representation.
Yes.
It is about justice. I mean, every problem that emerges, whether it is a police beating or lack of water or road, it speaks back to the same theme. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why it is that as leaders, we can't get to the point where we say, we really need to fundamentally demonstrate intelligence and adjust the way we arrange ourselves to deal with these things.
But if you have a professor at the university telling you that intelligence is not important.
I don't know if that's what he said, Mr. Perkins.
Well, but what is he saying? Right? We have too much of an insistence on intelligence. Yes. Right? What we need is character.
But in today's world, we need
absolute
both.
Rubbish.
We need both, and we need it fast, and we're not heading in a direction that is going to provide that. So that's the challenge that we face.
Well,
but we're coming to the point, Mr. Perkins, when people have to decide what they want, because even despite the fact that many of our people have not been educated formally or sufficiently so, I believe that a sufficient number of them understand their reality.
There again, Mr. Tufton.
And will need to make a decision one way or the other.
One of the problems that we have seen in Jamaican elections is the failure to apply intelligence to the issue of how we should vote. I heard a woman in Westmoreland one day being interviewed by Cliff Hughes, telling him that she could never vote for anything but the PNP. Right? Yes. Why? Because Michael Manley had made it possible for her to get a house. Right?
and perhaps that's her reality, Mr. Perkins.
But it is her reality.
But
and what she's telling you is that she was bought, body and soul, for the price of a house.
and unfortunately, others have been bought by less than that.
Well, quite true.
The challenge, though, I think, for democracy to survive and to flourish, we not only need an electorate that is willing to engage the process, because I really believe apathy is the greatest threat to our democracy.
Yes.
We need political alternatives and the freedom to choose. Now, the political alternatives, I believe, must carry a particular burden, in that they have a responsibility once they offer themselves to demonstrate their determination to break from a particular path. Because if you look at a voter, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't take them very long to understand how the traditional system works. You have a government that effectively is a 6-month government. 6 months before election, they are all over the place.
Yes.
They promise you everything. They run road work and other things of that sort. In Southwest now, almost every road is being fixed. Although they were in a terrible state for the past
years.
3, 4, 5 years, right? Just after the last election.
Yes.
And they create a facade, a perception of a responsive and caring government. But that's only 6 months prior to an election. And then after the election, see them again for 4.5 years. Now, what I find that happens is that the people understanding that reality and perhaps not having any confidence that the system will change for more consistent support and representation, exploit the process during those 6 months, knowing that after the 6 months they are likely to be in a drought period for extended time. Now, for me, the burden is not just on the people to demonstrate a new way. The burden also is on leadership.
Absolutely.
I mean, I am in my constituency, Mr. Perkins, and I am not bragging about my approach. I don't want anybody to believe that I'm self-praising. But you know what I have done what I did when I went to the Southwest? I took an oath to myself that I am there to represent the 40,000 people of Southwest St. Elizabeth, not the 8,000 or 9,000 labor rights that might be there based on a canvas, or 10,000 or 11,000 or whatever it is. I am there, and I am going to demonstrate that I am going to walk to every house, talk to everybody, and help people to understand that there has to be a way where whoever wins an election, I am there to see to the interest of all communities, irrespective of their voting patterns. And I've carried that through both in terms of the limited programs that I've pursued with my limited resources, in terms of my approach to the challenges that the constituency face. And I believe that the majority of people, not all, but I believe that will come with time. The majority of people are desirous of seeing bold leadership going up front and taking a stand for a different approach. From my mind, Danny Buchanan represents the old way. It is a tribal way, and he has demonstrated that in the Observer. I wouldn't accuse him. There's more than enough evidence to support that. We as new leadership, and I am disappointed in Mr. Redwood because I think he represents new leadership too, as the man challenging me, should attempt to demonstrate an approach that will try to win back the confidence of people. Because if you don't have the people behind you, Mr. Perkins, or beside you, you're going nowhere fast.
And not only, another thing, sir? I always say that I have no need to love my neighbor. Right? I need only love myself. And if I apply my intelligence, I will soon conclude that I have an interest. I have an interest. My well-being is dependent to a considerable degree upon the well-being of my neighbor.
Absolutely. I mean, society is a collection of interests and stakeholders.
The people in Jamaica who think themselves rich today would be immensely richer if Trenchtown had purchasing power.
You better believe it.
Okay.
You better believe it. I am fully with you on that.
Okay.
And that's where we have to go. But I think we're at a crossroads, and I think it's for us to show that leadership. And it's going to take time, Mr. Perkins. But I believe I have to have hope. I want to live here. I love Jamaica. And once we're here, we have to have hope that it can get better.
All right, sir.
All the best
Thank you very
to you.
much.
Bye-bye.
All the best. Okay, do we have a minute, all right? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Hello?
Hello, Mom.
Hello, Mom. How are you?
How are you doing?
Not too bad.
disturbed last night watching CVM News. Because I think the UAW president or whatever that heads it, I think it's Lambert Brown.
Yes.
He represents both labor rights and PNP under the UAW. So I don't think he should come out at a political party somewhere in Kingston there, lambasting Bruce Golding, calling him a three-card man and a liar. He's a liar, a liar, a liar. Now tell me, I think people who join the UAW that think good of themselves should say, this man cannot represent me. They should say,
well, that is a decision for you to make. Right? But Mr. Lambert Brown also has his decision to make.
Yes, but he's not a he's not a caretaker, he's not an MP, he's back in a party.
But he's a supporter of a party.
Yes.
And or at any rate, a supporter of Sister P. And,
I don't think he should come out and, lambasting Mr. Golding like this.
Well, the question is,
then again with
the question is whether he can justify in any rational way the things that he said about Mr. Golding.
I think
and if he cannot, then one dismisses them and dismisses him in the process.
He needs a new
Anyway, I'm sorry, I have to go. It's time for the news.
I've been waiting so long. Could I call you back, sir? Could I hold?
You could if you like, or I tell you what, just give a telephone number off the air and we'll call you back.
All right.
All right? Okay. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by RBTT Securities Jamaica Limited. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Jean-Paul Menu with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Ministry of Health says Jamaica will be among countries to benefit from cheaper HIV/AIDS drugs through a deal between the U.S.-based Clinton Foundation and two Indian drug companies. The agreement, signed with Cipla Limited and Matrix Laboratories Limited, is expected to reduce the cost of second-line antiretrovirals by 25 to 50%. Second-line drugs are used when cheaper and earlier forms of treatment fail. More in this report from Celia Morgan.
Senior Medical Officer for HIV and STIs in the ministry, Dr. Kevin Harvey, says Jamaica's relationship with the Clinton Foundation guarantees that persons affected by HIV/AIDS will benefit from the agreement. He was, however, unable to say when the cheaper costs would likely take effect.
We have had a long-standing arrangement now with the Clinton Foundation, where whatever negotiations they have with any company, not just for antiretroviral drugs, but also for diagnostic CD4 viral load testing. Whatever price they negotiate, we benefit from automatically. Jamaica signed a memorandum of understanding with the Clinton Foundation, which allows this to happen. And this has been now for at least over 2 years. We have to look and see what the price reductions will be, and then we will look at our fee structure.
Senior Medical Officer for HIV and STIs in the Health Ministry, Dr. Kevin Harvey. Currently, 2,800 adults and 290 children are registered with the ministry's antiretroviral program in public health institutions. Persons registered with the program are required to contribute $1,000, down from the actual cost of $10,000 per month for the drugs. The Clinton Foundation deal will allow access to the new generic drugs by people with HIV/AIDS in more than 60 countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Celia Morgan for the Gleaner, Power 106 News.
The long-awaited $500 million Professional Development Fund loan fund promised to the country's teachers is finally a reality. Effective June 1, all teachers working in the government sector will be able to access the revolving loan for the upgrading of their qualifications. Speaking a short while ago at the launch, President of the Jamaica Teachers Association, Hopeton Henry, encouraged teachers to make use of the newly established fund. He says the loan is aimed at assisting teachers who want to upgrade to a first degree. However, he says the Ministry of Education, along with the JTA, will also be exploring avenues to accommodate teachers seeking to obtain postgraduate degrees. The fund will be administered by Capital and Credit Merchant Bank. Students and teachers of the Pisgah All-Age School in St. Elizabeth were locked out of the institution this morning as parents protested against the poor condition of the Pisgah to Ginger Hill Road. As a result, Principal Iceland Blackwood says school has been suspended for the day.
We all stayed outside the gate. We were outside the gate in the road under the trees, and the shop next door, right in the vicinity of the school gate. We all gathered there until the MP came and addressed the parents, and he said that the job was in the hands of the National Works Agency, and he would do whatever is in his powers to get them to push on with the work. Because the work was started, what they stopped about 6 weeks ago. Nothing has been done.
Iceland Blackwood, principal of the Pisgah All-Age School in St. Elizabeth. It's reported that the parents have since withdrawn. In the meantime, Mrs. Blackwood says it's hoped that school will reopen tomorrow. It's reported that the parents have since withdrawn their protests. The Bureau of Special Investigations has begun an inquiry into the alleged shooting death of a man by police personnel in Hendon, Glendevon in St. James yesterday. The incident had sparked a major protest by residents who rejected the police's version of the shooting. The police report that 27-year-old Conroy Stennett was among a group of gunmen who fired at members of a police party during an operation about 5:30 yesterday afternoon. A semi-automatic pistol with 4 rounds was reportedly taken from the dead man. Superintendent in charge of the St. James Police Division, Steve McGregor, says Stennett was wanted on murder charges and was a reported member of the Stone Crusher gang in the parish.
This is a man that is on bail for a charge of 3 counts of murder. He's on bail. We are also looking for his brother, who is wanted for one of those murder that he was also arrested for. So he is somebody that his name has always been in the forefront in that area.
Superintendent Steve McGregor of the St. James Police Division. He says a team of police personnel has since cleared the roadblocks which were mounted by residents of Hendon and will continue to maintain patrols in that community. The St. Andrew South Homicide Unit is yet to determine the motive for the shooting death of a man at Wigton Avenue in Kingston 13 yesterday. 23-year-old Joseph Hill of Wigton Avenue was reportedly at the back of his house when a gunman entered the premises and opened fire, hitting him. He was pronounced dead at hospital. Meanwhile, the St. Mary police are investigating the shooting death of 26-year-old Ricardo Beacon, otherwise called Zeeks, of Anato Bay in the parish. Beacon was reportedly seen cutting plantains on a farm in the community yesterday afternoon. When accosted, he allegedly attacked the owner with a knife and was shot, reportedly, with a licensed firearm. Residents of Riversdale in St. Catherine have blocked several roads in that community following the killing of a man by the police yesterday. The dead man is 26-year-old Wayne Lickey of Williamsfield near Riversdale. It's reported that about 5 o'clock yesterday, a police party went into the area in search of Mr. Lickey, who they claimed was wanted in connection with the death of a taxi operator, Derek Fairweather, who was shot dead over a week ago in the community. The police claimed that on their approach, Lickey ran from a house, fired shots at them. The shots were returned, and he was shot and killed, and a homemade gun recovered from his body. But the residents are claiming that Lickey was killed in cold blood. Meanwhile, representatives from the Bureau of Special Investigations have visited the community and have commenced a probe into the death of the young man. Political Ombudsman Bishop Hero Blair has summoned members of the hierarchy of both major political parties to a crucial meeting this afternoon. The meeting, scheduled for 2 o'clock, has been called to discuss certain breaches of the political code of conduct and related issues. The political ombudsman is concerned that some candidates are reporting infringements of the political code of conduct to the media before making an official complaint to his office. According to Bishop Blair, the last 2 complaints of violations of the code were published in the press before they were formally brought to his attention.
I can tell you that although it's been in the media for days, one that was written to me by one of the complainants was dated the 3rd of May, and I got calls from your press prior to receiving that letter. These things are being aired in public before anything is lodged in my office, and it compromises the whole situation.
Political Ombudsman Bishop Hero Blair. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The time is now 10 minutes after 12. A decision is likely to be made this afternoon regarding a payment date for insurance monies owed to coffee farmers who were affected in 2004 by Hurricane Ivan. A meeting is now underway between trustees of the Coffee Industry Board and other stakeholders to work out an agreement. Director General of the Coffee Industry Board, Graham Dunkley, says efforts are being made to disperse the payments by month's end. Yesterday, scores of disgruntled coffee farmers protested in front of the offices of the Coffee Industry Board. The joint liquidators of the now-defunct Dial Insurance Company and the trustees had agreed to an out-of-court settlement for 80% of the $3.2 million to be made available to affected farmers. The sum was awarded by the Supreme Court. In regional news, Haitian authorities say they have captured a gang leader wanted in connection with a number of murders and kidnappings in the country. The arrest of Torchon Jean Eoldi came during a joint operation by the National Police and the United Nations peacekeepers in Cité Soleil, a slum area in the Haitian capital. In a statement, the authorities said the arrest of Jean Eoldi, also known as Blade Nasson, was part of joint efforts to return lasting peace to Cité Soleil. Since the start of the year, more than 400 gang members have been arrested. A United States judge has dropped immigration fraud charges against an anti-Castro militant accused of bombing a Cuban airliner off Barbados in 1976. U.S. District Judge Kathleen Cardone reportedly threw out the 7-count indictment against 79-year-old Luis Posada Carriles, a former Central Intelligence Agency operative. Posada Carriles, who was released last month from a federal prison in New Mexico, was expected to go on trial on May 11 on the immigration charges. He was incarcerated since May 2005 for entering the United States illegally and was released under house arrest at his wife's home in Miami pending trial. The judge who threw out the charges yesterday had initially released Posada Carriles on a $350,000 bond. International news, the wife of Mohammed Siddiq Khan, one of the men implicated in the July 7, 2005 London bombings, is among 4 people arrested in connection with those attacks. The 4, aged 22 to 34, are suspected of commissioning, preparing, or instigating acts of terrorism. They will be questioned at London's Paddington Green Police Station later on. 52 people were reportedly killed during the attacks. Last month, the first people to be charged in connection with the bombings appeared at the Old Bailey in central London. And finally, in international news, households in Zimbabwe are to be limited to 4 hours power supply a day in the latest setback to hit the country's struggling economy. The move, which is likely to take immediate effect, is designed to support the country's wheat farmers who need power to irrigate their crops. Electricity will therefore only be available in homes between the hours of 5 in the afternoon and 9 at nights. Rampant inflation has led to widespread shortages of fuel and food in the country. The monthly rate of inflation rose to 2,200% in March, the highest in the world. Those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Sports is next.
Midday News was brought to you by RBTT Securities Jamaica Limited. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Thanks for staying with us. Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106. West Indies cricketers have been warned that no form of indiscipline will be tolerated on the England tour. New manager Mike Findlay says the players have been given a code of conduct handbook and anyone breaking the rules will be penalized. During the recent Cricket World Cup, there were reports of indiscipline by members of the regional team. Findlay says he had already held discussions with the players about their conduct. New captain Ramnaresh Sarwan added that convener of selectors Gordon Greenwich met with the team yesterday morning. The regional side left Barbados yesterday evening for England to begin a 4-test series against the hosts. West Indies will open their tour on Saturday with a 3-day match against Somerset at Taunton. Somerset opener Marcus Trescothick is insisting that he is not ready for an England comeback despite smashing a brilliant 185 not out against Northamptonshire on Tuesday. The 31-year-old batsman withdrew from last winter's Ashes tour after suffering a recurrence of a stress-related illness, and he was included in a 25-man performance squad for this summer's home tests. And despite showing signs that he was back to his best, Trescothick poured cold water on suggestions that he will be picked for the first test against the West Indies, which starts at Lord's on May 17. Athletics, Jamaica's top sprinter Sharon Simpson says a hectic week may have contributed to her defeat at the Jamaica International Invitational Track Meet at the National Stadium last Saturday. Simpson, the 2006 world top-ranked female sprinter, cited fatigue for her second-place finish behind American Raquel Smith. Smith clocked a below-par 22.72 seconds. However, Simpson says she will be ready for the rest of the season. The semi-finals of the Supplegen CASAFA Under-20 football competition for the Leighton Duncan Trophy will take place this afternoon at the Barbican Complex. In the first game of the doubleheader, champions Meadhaven will face Waterhouse at 3:30, while Tivoli Gardens and Bull Bay face off at 5:30. Michael Owen could be on his way out of Newcastle after it has been revealed that a £9 million release clause could kick in at the end of the season. According to reports in Wednesday's newspapers, the England striker's contract states that he can leave the club for a cut-price transfer fee if the club fails to qualify for Europe. The clause was included as part of the deal, which brought Owen to St. James Park in a £16 million move from Real Madrid in August 2005 and will be activated by Newcastle's lowly Premiership finish this season. Netball, Walgrovians and Jamalco battled to a 46-all tie as action in the Jamaica Netball Association's Berger Paint Super League continued yesterday evening. National player Simone Forbes scored 38 points from 57 attempts for the Walgrovians, while Jamalco's Romelda Aiken had a game-high 43 points. In the Supreme Ventures Division A League, Alexander Strikers and Ebony Strikers were locked at 33-all at the end, while Skibo A and Alpha played to a 45-all tie. Finally, surfing, only 2 of Jamaica's 6 competitors remain in contention at the 2007 Quicksilver International Surfing Association's World Junior Championships in Lisbon, Portugal. Under 16 boy Shane Simmons pulled off an impressive second-place finish in his first-round repecharge heat, which was enough to take him through to the next round. Under 18 girl Elim Beckford is still in with a chance, also as she advanced to the second round with a second-place showing in the first repecharge round. Hakeem Phillips, Jason Pusey, Lloyd Jacks, and Anderson Lightburn have all been eliminated from those championships. That's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. A look at the weather coming up next.
Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Time now for your midday weather report on Power 106. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface trough east of the island and a low to upper level trough across the western Caribbean. That surface trough is expected to move towards the west and influence weather conditions over Jamaica and its territorial waters beginning Thursday, tomorrow. Consequently, the island and in particular eastern parishes is likely to experience an increase in showers and thunderstorms. Heaviest rainfall is likely during the afternoon hours tomorrow and Friday. Fishers and other marine interests are being advised to exercise caution as strong gusty winds are likely in the vicinity of showers and thunderstorms. The Meteorological Service will continue to monitor the situation, as will Power 106. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Tonight as well should be cloudy. And tomorrow, look for the partly cloudy conditions and isolated showers, especially over northeastern areas. That's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, here are the main points. Health Ministry says Jamaica will be among countries to benefit from cheaper HIV/AIDS drugs through a deal between the U.S.-based Clinton Foundation and two Indian drug companies. Long-awaited $500 million professional development loan fund promised to the country's teachers to be implemented on July 1. Police patrolling the Hendon community in Glendevon, St. James after residents blocked several roads to protest against the shooting death of alleged Stonecrusher gang member. In news from the region, U.S. judge drops immigration fraud charges against an anti-Castro militant accused of bombing a Cuban airliner off Barbados in 1976. And internationally, police make 4 new arrests in July 7, 2005 London bombings. In sports, new West Indies cricket team manager Mike Findlay warns cricketers that no form of indiscipline will be tolerated on the England tour. That's your midday news, sports, and weather report on Power 106. Your next newscast will be Headline News at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Jean-Paul Menou.
Concerned about our children wasting precious time in school due to free periods caused by no-show of classroom teachers? The Teachers Bank is looking for able, experienced, and preferably retired teachers to stop this growing problem of free periods in our nation's schools. Send resumes to the Teachers Bank, P.O. Box 94, Kingston 6, or call 756-0636. That's 756-0636. The Teachers Bank, keeping education in focus.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and let's go to the phone. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
I've been listening about first time.
I beg your pardon?
I say I'm one of your regular listeners. But just something I want to say.
Yes.
Mr. Peart, Dean Peart, must have forgotten.
Eh?
Mr. Peart.
Yes.
Must have forgotten that there's a sitting minister who has been divorced twice for wife beating. And this is not a youthful exuberance. That's all I have to say. Bye.
All right, sir. I wonder who that minister is. I don't know. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Uh-huh.
I'm calling with a complaint about a specific hotel that I've stayed at.
A what?
A hotel.
Uh-huh.
Because I don't live in Jamaica, I live abroad.
Yes.
And I came here and I stayed at this specific hotel. And my suitcase was vandalized.
Oh?
Stuff was missing from the side of my suitcase and stuff from inside of my suitcase.
At what point? I mean, after you'd been there sometime?
Yes.
Oh. And did you complain to the management?
I complained to the management.
And?
They said to me that they will get back to me and investigate what's happening, and no one has said anything to me.
And how long has that been?
This has been since December 17th to the 28th of December.
Oh?
Sent them an email.
Uh-huh.
No one responded to me. I've made telephone calls. I'm back in the country again. Since this week, I've made telephone calls to them. No one responded to me.
Oh? And this is a big hotel?
A small one.
A small hotel?
In the Kingston area.
I see. All right. Don't bother to
I know I can't.
You lost value of the stuff?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Maybe you'd better make a complaint to the
Jamaica Tourist Board.
The Jamaica Tourist Board.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I am going to do that
Yes.
in writing.
I suggest that you do that. Okay?
Okay, thank
and
you.
it would be interesting to hear what
sure.
they say to you about it. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll come back shortly.
My mother say, me go pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30. All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Perkins.
Yes?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. I have a story here with Mr. Douglas yesterday.
Yes.
When you speak to him about who was in charge of that ministry.
Uh-huh.
When he got there and telling you about he tell you about Mr. Colonel
Charles. Uh-huh.
That's
but I don't know that these things were going on when Mr. Pernell Charles was there, and I don't know that Pernell Charles. Uh-huh. But I don't know that these things were going on when Mr. Pernell Charles was there, and I don't know that Mr. Douglas has any evidence of that.
Isn't that a so?
Eh?
Sir?
I say I don't know that Mr. Douglas has any such evidence.
But Mr. Perkins, that man is not a sober man, sir.
Mr. Who?
I say I don't know that Mr. Douglas has any such evidence.
Oh, come now. Your radio is on.
Yeah.
Turn that radio down.
Okay, come on.
Hello?
Mr. Charles get interfered in these things, sir.
Oh, what?
Mr. Charles involved with the question that you're asking.
I don't know, sir. I think he was trying to,
But he go around.
He found the question a little awkward, I believe.
And go around and telling on all kind of rubbish. Did you see him on the radio last night and the television?
I think I did, yes.
Yes, Mr. Shaw.
Uh-huh.
No, Mr. Berkeley, could this man know? Mr. Douglas is an old man. Well, I believe that the government, Miss Portia Simpson, is desperate enough to use him back a man like that to represent people.
Well, I don't know that he is all that old.
No, but the man is talking rubbish.
Well, that's your judgment.
But Mr. Perkins, what my judgments are, Mr. Charles do a very, very good in his two ministries. He couldn't be better. Remember when him get local government minister?
Well,
and then he come back and
I think that Mr. Douglas was trying to get away from the question, you know. That is all that happened.
Oh, my goodness.
And,
Mr.
at
Perkins,
the moment, he couldn't find any
Mr. Perkins,
better way.
I don't believe. We're in a serious trouble, you know, sir.
I think we are.
With this government, Mr. Perkins, in a serious trouble. Suppose I was born in North East St. Catherine. And then I run right down, Mr. Douglas constituent, right down to Troja. Sir? Where the police station have been destroyed in Troja. And then, if you see that man constituency, Mr. Perkins, you talk better. He do nothing from 6 to 9, from 89 is here.
Well, I know that constituency quite well, sir.
You know it good, sir?
Yes, I used to live there.
No, back to Mr. I just want to agree about Mr. Dabdu. No, Mr. Dabdu was in North East St. Catherine. Now he gone to Portland. Mr. Perkins fan, I was born coming up and party politics because I'm not a young man. Okay. I think I come up come see this man, Johnny Giles.
Yes.
And him do a good surf over there. And from Johnny Giles leave there. That constituency at North East. The hungry man, Mr. Perkins, come there and go a good job. Is Anthony Johnson?
Oh, yes?
Yes, sir. Mr. Perkins, I believe that Mr. Golden tomorrow morning send back Anthony Johnson at North East. Him don't want to go. He just send that go to market and tell anybody say. Tell all the eagle out of market say, may I come back on North East. Mr. Perkins, if you see some breed of work with Mr. Anthony Johnson do at that place.
Oh, yes?
What this happened with North East, why North East run down like that, North East St. Catherine, is because Mr. Dabdu was a PNP man.
He was a PNP man?
Yes.
No, sir.
He working with Philip Hotel.
He work what?
Working along with Philip Hotel.
No, man.
Mr. Perkins, you hearing me, sir? When them find that in the last election, it wasn't him who win the seat, you know. It was his brother.
How is his brother winning?
Yes, his brother. It was his brother campaigning and win the seat, man, another man.
Well, his brother campaigning for Mr. Dabdu.
Yes.
Yes, well.
Okay.
Every other campaigner has somebody campaigning.
Yes, but look, Mr. Perkins, when them find that him is non-functioning, there was a place, there was a school in the area, at Haywood. They called him and said to him, Mr. Dabdu, you are non-functioning. So you know what to do. Call Mr. Golin and let Mr. Golin give the seat to your brother because you cannot manage it. And he never do it.
Oh?
And the people, so it's not him leave Ghana, Portland. It's definitely people said him no want you.
I see.
Mr. Perkins, I tell you something, I just don't want to hold up the top. But listen, the other day I have a cousin come from foreign. He have some relatives at Snowhill. And I have to go there with him. And Mr. Perkins, when I live at Nato Bay, go Buff Bay, Harris Bay, when I reach to Oak Bay police station rotten down. We don't have a police station at Oak Bay, no, sir?
Yeah?
No. No police station at Oak Bay.
Yes.
Then I reached up a place called Cooling Spring and turned back go to Port Anthony. When I was coming from Port Anthony and come back to St. Margaret, where I didn't come back up there, I turned through the wood and go to a place in Mount Pleasant and come to Rockall, come down through when I leave Rockall, I come to Fruitville, come to Durham, Shrewsbury, and continue and in the woods and come to a place called Chepstow Mountain. Swift River, we have a district on the east and Swift River. Mr. Perkins, when we come down a Bangor Ridge, from Gilbert, not to do a Bangor Ridge, not to do a Bangor Ridge, coming down to Buff Bay. You not think you know the Buff Bay, all right.
There we come from, yeah.
Right, sir, so nothing not do that. So So Mr. Perkins, now we are now saying, somebody is saying that Mr. Dabdo, what Mr. Dabdo going to do up in West Portland? What him going to do there? Nobody don't know him there.
Well, we shall see what we shall see, sir.
Thank you very much,
All right,
Mr.
thank you very
Perkins,
much.
have a good time here, sir.
Oh, thank you. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good
Mr.
afternoon to you.
Perkins.
Yes?
First time on your program.
Happy to have you, ma'am.
Yes. I just called you about last night. I was watching the CVM news,
Yes?
and there I saw Mr. Brown, Lambert Brown,
Yes?
was on the TV,
Uh-huh.
but he was at some political meeting.
Yes?
There he was giving a speech. But what really get me so hungry is that Mr. Brown was lying.
Was what?
Lying, he was lying.
Lying about what?
He was lying about the JLP.
About what?
The JLP.
What about the
is
JLP?
the one that abolished free education and bringing cost sharing. And as far as I can remember back, I can remember that.
Well, I don't know that he was lying. For somebody to say something that is not true doesn't necessarily involve lying.
Mr. Perkins.
I agree with you that what he said was not true.
No, it was not true.
Yes, but
because he
may have been
that
mistaken.
it was the JLP which bring in cost sharing.
Uh-huh.
And I can remember that it wasn't the JLP who bring in cost sharing.
Yes,
I thought it was Mr. Pattison is the one that
absolutely,
bring in
yes, I think so.
sharing.
Yes.
Because I can remember when Mr. Pattison bring cash sharing to us, he was telling us in plain words that he don't want anybody come asking what happened to the education tax.
Yes.
Right? That is what he was saying, because the children, he want the parents to know that the children is not for the government, they're for the parents.
Yeah.
And he don't want anyone asking about the education tax.
Uh-huh.
And it was Mr. Pattison. What the JLP government does, as far as back as I can remember, is Mr. Sell abolish the fee for tertiary education.
Uh-huh.
And he said that we could not afford straight through free education.
Yes.
He would abolish the cost for
I
tertiary
think you are
education.
right. That is what I remember.
But for secondary and high school will continue to be free.
Yes.
And then Mr. Pattison comes around and changed that. And then what annoys me so much is that the Minister of Security was there at the meeting, also his son, and they're supposed to know that he was not talking the truth.
Well, I don't know.
And they supported him.
Look here, all this happened some years ago, right? And I don't know, people may not necessarily be on top of the ball, you know. Right? They have vague recollections of some of these things.
Yes, but
particularly if they weren't themselves dealing with it directly, you know.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, but what I'm saying, Mr. Brown, Mr. Lambert Brown, a man like that, Mr. Lambert Brown was supposed to know that he was not talking the truth.
He did give out
and
some
he deliberately
misinformation.
stand there on national TV and telling us that story, and he know that it is not true.
No, how do you know that he knows that it isn't
He
true?
know that it is not true.
No,
Mr.
no,
Brown
you
supposed
believe
to
that.
know Mr. Perkins.
You believe that, but you have no evidence that he knows it.
Boy, I just, what really get me so annoyed, we're just tired of the lie, right?
Well,
But
all right.
from one side or the other, we just want them
Okay,
to come to us and just tell us the truth.
Yes, he may have been
JLP or PNP,
He was probably mistaken.
or any one of
you know?
them, when they're telling us a story,
Yes.
just tell us the truth, because
Well,
it's not all of us know that this is the truth and this is not the truth.
Yes.
So they're not to come to lie
All right.
to us.
Okay,
We're
all
tired
right.
of it.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm okay so far, but I'm calling about the roads in my community.
Which is that?
That's Strathmore Garden, that is out in Spanish Town.
Uh-huh.
The roads are in a very terrible condition, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
And we can either get in or out when it rains.
Uh-huh.
So we are calling on the relevant authorities, whether the work agents
Yes.
or whosoever responsible, to come and fix the road. We don't want to go up there, go black road, because we pay taxes.
Uh-huh.
And we are...
I don't know if you have to do that, but because there's an election coming up, and they want your votes.
Yeah, but there are nobody coming around to fix the road.
Well, I bet you that there will be somebody coming around to fix the road shortly.
Well, I hope so, because it's a small community with two main roads.
Yes, ma'am.
And they are in a very bad condition.
Yes,
Taxi don't even want to come inside here.
election coming up, man. There must do something with the
Well, I
road.
hope who are listening are the member of parliament or whoever responsible come and fix our road because we pay taxes. And
Yes.
thank you very much, Mr. Perkins.
Yes. All right.
Bye.
Good. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
How are you today?
Not too bad, thank you.
Yes, my premises damaged after the hurricane.
Uh-huh.
Dennis.
Uh-huh.
And up to now, no one come to get back my premises fixed, Mr. Perkins. And what bothering me, you see, if a next hurricane comes, sir,
Uh-huh.
help up loose with me home, sir.
Yes.
Because my house and everything I will tumble down over the river.
Do you own that home?
Yes, sir.
You own the house?
Yes, sir.
And whose responsibility
Is
do you think it is to come and fix it?
National Work Agency or Parish Council, so call them come here and do it when they were fixing the road.
They came and did what?
They put a water channel into the premises.
Oh.
Don't fix properly.
Hold on a moment for me.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHT annual returns now. The time by the NHT is
12:45. As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, the JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Friday, May 11, between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. in the following areas of St. Thomas. Sections of Cedar Valley, Moy Hall, Richmond Gap, Richmond Vale, Ness Castle, Hagley's Gap, and Penline Castle. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That's 1-888-225-5577.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia, mentholated cough mixture, nighttime formula, bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia! Made in England by Thornton and Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I was talking about the premises.
Uh-huh.
Right. These contractors not doing the work properly. They just hurry, do the thing, and then when hurricane also, everything just wash away.
Yes, but then come now. You ought to have dealt with that long time ago, right? You should have got yourself a lawyer.
Mr. Perkins, I don't have money to get lawyer, sir.
But that's a problem with a lot of people in this country, you know, ma'am.
Yeah.
The cost of justice. The cost of justice relative to the ability of people in this country to pay is prohibitive.
Right.
Right? Things like this happen to you, and you can't get any restitution. You can't get any justice because you can't afford to go to court.
Right.
It's a hell of a state of affairs.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I want the money done out of the brown paper bag, you know, before then come and I don't want the money done out of the brown paper bag, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
I want them come and fix back my home because Mr. Perkins, any of this place don't fix back, man. My house gonna wash right out the water, I dig the remaining part of the land.
Where is this?
Village Cedar Valley, St. Thomas.
Uh-huh. Cedar Valley.
Yes, sir. Village.
Uh-huh.
They know it. They knew about it. They know it.
And your MP is Mr.
James Robertson.
Mr. Robertson. Have you spoken to him about it?
Yes, sir.
And?
We'll see what he can do.
Oh, yes?
It was a long time from the storm just coming from here, walking around and you see.
Uh-huh. Yes, well,
and the hurricane season is coming up.
It's
June
coming
1?
up again, yes. Yes.
Cedar Valley always behind time, you know. I know what happened to Cedar Valley, you know.
Yes.
We have drains here to clean out, right? Bridge to fix back, my premises to fix up. I don't see anybody come in this end. So please tell them I make the money down at the brown paper bag, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, all right.
Then if you come fix my premises, I don't joke with them.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Okay, hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mutty Perkins.
Yes, sir.
When last you got Portland, we can't go parish one.
I have not been there for a little while, you know.
Me about you, man.
What's happening?
Bye.
I haven't heard from you for a long time.
I got to tell you the truth. Me guilty till me can't get some more because about 6 weeks now, me can look for you because me have some advertisement for come put my station, but no later next month.
I see.
Me time everything for the independent. You know what I mean? But me come in and spend 1 hour with you.
All right.
Mutty, I hear you talking about justice for a good while.
Yes.
You know, say, a lot of people probably just take this thing in a very simple way.
Uh-huh.
If justice not handing out to the people of the country, the poor, the middle class, and the rich man, every category, and if corruption continue, you know, say, Jamaica will find himself in a worse position, you know.
But, you know, sir, Jamaica's position is, I don't know if people recognize how bad Jamaica's position now is, you know. There was a story in the Star yesterday. Did you see it?
No, me not clear a Negro yesterday. I'm whole day with the Negro.
Well, I tell you something. There's a story about little school children in Portland, right? School girls.
Yes.
Little girls, you know.
Yes.
As I understood it, 10, 12, that kind of age. You know, 13, so. Indulging in a kind of prostitution.
Jesus Christ.
Right? Oral sex. And in other cases, sexual intercourse. Right?
Yes.
And a system in which taxi drivers would take them to a location.
Yes.
I think at Folly. the old Folly Great House.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
And there will be men waiting for them there and all this kind. When you destroy your children like that, what do you expect them to come to later on? Right? And there is no opportunity, nobody. I mean, young people like that growing up do not see themselves as having opportunity in Jamaica. Because they wouldn't put it this way, but there's not an economy. that is creating a demand for their labor. So they have no opportunity.
But, Mutty,
Huh?
when you was going to school, Ambigous school, you remember if you don't go to school for a couple of days, the school police will look for you.
Yes.
And the parents have to explain why you don't go to school.
Yes.
And
well, I don't think that was so independent.
And up to the 60s.
Uh-huh.
A man thief in our era. And when he come back in our district, nobody not talk to him for one whole year, you know.
Uh-huh.
Nobody not pay him no mind. You remember all those things?
Yes, and I see this university professor
Yes.
talking about morality is more important than intelligence.
Vicky?
But if you don't have the intelligence to recognize what is good and what is bad, what is useful and what is not, right? Then how are you going to structure this morality that you're talking about? Huh?
Well, me wonder if I'm crazy, all of we get crazy.
Boy, I don't know.
How the country reach to the stage?
Look here.
Well, every area of the country break on what it.
You know how the country reached to this stage, sir? Because there is no application, no real application of intelligence, right? When you see a university professor come talking like that, right? And you know that in places like the university, people have political loyalties. Not because they think that this particular political party is likely to be able to do a job well. Right?
Yes.
That is not the thing. And as it happens, this present government has been in office for 18 years. Right?
Yes.
In those 18 years, things have got pretty grim in Jamaica.
And you wonder if it's like the 18 years come like 100 years, no what?
And people are supporting them, not because they are solving problems. They're creating more problems than they solve.
That is true.
Right? But there are still people who are going to be supporting them because of the color of their shirts or whatever. Right? Because that is a tribe to which they see themselves as belonging.
So we are behave like the African them,
right?
No?
And the same thing, I mean, there are those who support the Labour Party for similar reasons. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah, but both parties.
And we're not expecting, we're not operating on the basis of intelligence, where we say, no, this is Jamaica. I live in Jamaica. I am going to have a better life if things are better organized and run in Jamaica. Right? If the economy of Jamaica is on the move and people are getting jobs and earning money and creating wealth and earning incomes. Right? If their children are going to school and getting education. If there are certain moral rules that are applied because of the intelligence of applying them.
Yes.
Right? You can't have little children renting themselves out to commit oral sex on some adult person who can pay them $3,000.
And between you, the state, the discipline that's on with the state.
Yeah.
The state not business with that. As you say, every 12 things then do good, then do 40 bad. You understand?
Yes.
And this is serious problem. All right, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
You finish what
yes.
you were saying?
Yes.
All right. This country is not like before we get independent, no.
No, it is not.
Where all buckle lamp and carry a mattress with chink and name it. It was old time. This is a modern time, international all over the world.
Yes.
And Jamaican people, Mutty, every time they leave this country and go to a foreign country, then become great.
Yes.
What is the reason why we're not coming great in our country? But I'm coming to you. We need 2 light and power in this country.
Yes.
And we need 2 cement factory. And I hope after election, these things, if you have 1 cement factory in this country, Mutty, and anytime I want to raise up cement and you don't give. He go and cut back. It's very simple.
Yeah.
And if you have a JPS company and him one, you don't want two, so you have one. And him ask any government in power, GLP or PMP government, any one of them in power, and want a raise, and you don't want to give. You go and hear power cut all over the country till you get it. You cannot sell out these things centrally or like JPS. It should never sell to any foreigner.
Yes. But you know what, sir? We are not applying intelligence.
Yes.
I hear people talking about WTO.
Yes.
Free trade.
Yes.
And saying that it is some conspiracy of the wise people to damage us. Right? Which is rubbish, you know. What you talk about cement company.
Yes.
Right? The cement company should be operating on the basis of efficiency.
Of course, but
right? They should be able to sell, they should be looking to sell their cement, not only in Jamaica, under protection, right?
International.
But internationally.
Yes, Mutty.
And we should be able to buy. When you create a situation in which people have to pay more for cement, or for food, or to whatever, than they could get it for, you're impoverishing the people, you know. You're making them poorer.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
If they have to pay $10 for something that they could get for $5, right? You're taking away $5 from them and depriving them of the opportunity to get something else for that $5.
All right, let me just back you up. In Jamaica, Mutty, the wealth of the country controlled by 4%. We need to increase that to 5 to 6 to 12.
Yeah.
So the poor man have a chance, the middle class have a chance, and even the rich man have a double chance.
Yes.
But if you control and continue to do, you bring a foreign.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is
101.
Hey, new card from cable and wireless. To get more talk time and it's wireless. I want your name just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Make us say to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Make us straight to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Yo, get one get with it. Once you're in it, you win it. New cable and wireless card. It name just talk. So go get one. Conditions apply. Testing 1 3. Use it for any phone and every phone. Down it.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Miss Webley was there. Mentioned, was quoting the Bible, and she called different name. Justin
We're
Hines
not
from
quoting the
Seartown,
Bible, but... Eh?
Justin Hines from Seartown.
Yes.
This tune. Cargo bring misery. How long the wicked shall reign
Over
my people. And he mentioned old Jezebel.
Yes.
Now, I'm only hoping that Miss Simpson don't get carried away with this argument about Jezebel.
Mm-hmm.
Because what she need to do, don't listen to these all petty, fool argument. Because if people want to say this or want to say that, and people don't call the name, don't get involved in that. We have a country to run, and when she hear things like this, what she must do is phone some of these world leaders and ask them how much investors you can send come to Jamaica.
Yes.
You to make a house.
She's not going to get it that way.
No, but I'm saying, you can, she have the authority, can call the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of China and say, listen, this backside thing we in a little problem. I want to come in, come see you. What time are the best time?
Yeah.
She have to learn to think big and stop this all fool, small thinking.
But hold on.
And because somebody
you recognize that she was, when she became Prime Minister,
yes,
shortly after, she set out on a tour where she was supposed to be going around the world,
yes,
hugging and kissing,
yes,
right? She hasn't been able to hug and kiss Mr. Bush yet. I don't know why.
Well,
did she go to Britain to hug Mr. Blair?
No, well, Mr. Blair didn't call her. But I tell you,
Mr. Blair she went there?
No, she never.
She didn't go.
If you're running a country, you know, one basic thing, you know, you have to think big. You can't buy this small thinking, you know.
Yes.
Because it's a rich man have to help the poor man. You can't bring down the poor man, you know. You have to lift up this poor man, make him get rich and create wealth for himself and give him idea. This country is too bad, man. We're not supposed to reach to the stage I hate, you know. We was leading all this country.
I saw on television last night, right? A story about the theft of some huge amount of petroleum products from Alpat. Apparently some person or persons went in there and loaded up. The police eventually caught them, right? But when that kind of thing gets out, and the stories about the crime and all this kind of thing, which investor you think is going to be coming in here to put his money?
Mutty, it's sad to say, in the 18 years of this administration, the crime is the worst in about 100 years.
I think so. 100 years?
In about 100 years.
No, I don't think it was as bad as this 100 years ago.
Well, Lord, I could boil it down from 1944.
Director of Elections, Mr. Danville Walker, recently stated that it was not likely that any international observer groups would be present during the elections. Mr. Perkins relieved me it is of utmost importance that observer groups be present in Jamaica during this time, not so much for any anticipated political violence, but more so to detect and deter fraudulent election voting and ballot counting. Mr. Perkins, I am extremely fearful, especially since that announcement by God's prophet. If the opinion polls predict a certain result, that is one thing, but if God predicts, then by all means necessary, a certain outcome must arrive, one way or the other. Therefore, Mr. Perkins, we need overseas, unbiased, unattached, genetically or otherwise. We need these observers here and up front on behalf of the Jamaican people.
Well, it's a pity that we can't trust each other in this country, isn't it? Because that is what it seems to be implied. We can't trust each other to have a fair election.
Mr. Perkins, I'm listening to your program from Fort Lauderdale. On Tuesday, I heard a discussion with Mr. Douglas saying that the government provided the garbage trucks, equipment, and gas for the contractors at the NSWMA to clean the city. Mutty, I must bring to your attention that this is not the first time under this administration. Remember a certain gentleman who had a contract to provide meals for prisoners?
To provide what?
Meals for prisoners.
Oh, yes.
Well,
yes.
He was also provided with equipment and capital to start his catering business to provide those meals. You may recall that the quality of the meals as well as the service was often a regular feature of discussion on your program. The public needs to be reminded of these things.
Yes, and I mean, if the government is going to provide the people with these contractors with the vehicles and the materials needed, the gas and so on, or gas oil, then why contract them? Why not set up an organization, supply the organization with the equipment and the fuel and so on, and employ people to run the place, right? Why these contractors who are now telling us that the government owes them $100 million? Money for job.
Here's another one concerning Mr. Perkins. If I understand the Honorable Douglas correctly, he was saying that this business of providing the people with gas, motor car,
not motor car,
I think he means vehicles,
yes, vehicles.
Gas and equipment to clean the streets of the city was going on from the days of the MPM. I distinctly heard him say those words. I remember in those days that the city was clean. Later on, Mr. Pernell Charles came on and said that in those days it was under the corporation, KCC. I firmly believe this to be so. However, I think you should clarify that about the NPM, because if you saw Mr. Peter Phillips on TV last night, he accused the media of hiding all the achievements of the PNP. Now, that is very strange to me, Mr. Perkins, because
I like that one. That's good.
It is my impression that in large the media is pro this government, bending backwards to do so on some occasions. Mr. Phillips spent the time saying what the government was, the JNP government was doing from 1980s, instead of telling us what they were doing, the PNP that is, over the last 18 years. He just jumped over it. Why is it that these people are jumping over the 18 years? They are trying to make us believe that we are in some kind of a time warp, that they didn't take place, that they're new and different. Mr. Perkins, we need to clear up this thing with the NSWMA. I, for one, am not going to shut my damn mouth.
Mm-hmm. Boy, I like that one, though. I didn't actually hear Dr. Phillips saying it, but if he said it, it's a wonderful line, that there are no achievements of the government to be seen because the media have hidden them from the public. How lovely.
I don't think he quite said that. I think the main matter.
But this is what the writer is saying.
Yes, but I think what he means that the people don't know about them. I think that's what the minister said.
Yes, because they've been hidden from the public by the media.
Yes.
That's why they are none to be seen.
Mr. Perkins, before this year, I always thought of Africa as a hot, dirty place with a lot of flies crawling over baby. I have just returned from a holiday in a place called Praia, in one of the most beautiful places next to Jamaica, called Cape Verde, which is on the westernmost tip of Africa. Mr. Perkins, if you talk about investment and tourists, you should see that place. Beautiful new airports, lovely hotels. The place is just booming. The people are literate, although they speak Portuguese. They have a native Creole. Mr. Perkins, our tourism is going down because of places like this that are opening up all over Africa. Incidentally, most of the country, I am told, lives off remittances until they started to open up the country to tourism. And there's no stopping. There's a lot of European investment going on in here.
Well, good luck to them.
Mr. Perkins, the more I listen to Pip Pip, the more I'm beginning to think that he's a JLP mole. He's a clandestine PNP agent.
Pip Pip?
JLP agent, masquerading as a PNP.
Listening to who?
Pip Pip.
Oh, come on.
You should have Pip Pip on your show as much as possible. Because I think he's of great benefit to the JLP, not to mention he's funny.
He's very funny.
If there was a minister of laughter, that would certainly have to be his portfolio.
Well, he would rival the Attorney General.
I'm almost certain that the party will soon discover this camouflage JLP mole. Portia Simpson, as she calls herself, is very shrewd. She will soon put him out to pasture like Vander Palmer. After your conversation with him yesterday morning and the unbelievable things he said about contracts given to contractors of NSWMA, Mr. Perkins, as you said, if you didn't hear it from the horse's mouth, you wouldn't have believed it. Mr. P., after 18 years of PNP rule, why ask the PNP? The most Honorable Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller should have said, don't ask me, ask the JLP. Dear Mr. Perkins, I attended the Manchester High School from 1978 to 1983, and I did not pay any school fees. What is Lambert Brown talking about? Neither did my sister, who graduated in 1981, and my cousin, who graduated in 1980. Mr. Lambert Brown.
1980?
Yes. Mr. Lambert Brown, formerly of the Workers' Party, then the JLP, now the PNP, should shut his mouth.
No. What Mr. Brown was saying was that the free education, which was started by the Michael Manley government, that it was terminated by the Labour Party, but that isn't true, in my recollection. Anyway.
Your money is completely safe and you don't have to pay the banker. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is?
1:30.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Oliver. Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I go Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with half pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with sauteed onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. Me only problem is me don't know which one to eat first.
The steakhouse and bacon Swiss double melt burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
No, Lord, them succulent.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and with us is the General Secretary of the Farquharson Institute, Mr. Ken Jones. Hello?
Yes, Mutty.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Boy, you've been in the news recently?
Oh, because of current affairs and current interference with the people's rights.
Yes, I didn't see your letter.
Yes.
I missed that. But I heard that discussion yesterday afternoon, evening, on Nationwide.
Yes.
About, this agreement between the two political parties.
Yes, I almost said that they were conspiring to take away our rights.
To free speech?
Yes, because the Constitution allows us right to free expression.
Yes.
As long as we are not hurting anyone. And there is no law against flying a flag of any color on your premises. If you go and put it up on a public place where you have no right to do so, that's a different matter. But this isn't what they're talking about. They are saying that if you fly a green or an orange flag, you are provoking somebody.
Yeah.
And therefore you should not do it.
And if you call somebody a Jezebel?
As you mentioned that, Mutty, I think the real problem that we have is with the media and the coverage they are giving to political meetings.
Yes.
We have always had cascas in politics in Jamaica. We know that's a part of it. Whenever these people go on their platform at the street corners or wherever, they're twisting the truth and exaggerating and posturing and doing all kinds of things to get fair or unfair advantage over their opponents.
Yes.
The media should learn to separate the trash from anything that really matters to the people. But they are bringing all this nonsense into our living rooms under the station.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't blame them for that.
That has nothing to do with us.
I wouldn't blame them for that. I mean,
well, if they do it for
if people seeking high public office are talking damn nonsense, then I think the public should be aware of this.
Yes, but
the trouble is that it isn't treated as nonsense.
They do those things on the street corners and when they're having their jump-up meetings.
Yes.
And, it has always been going on. But to take it seriously enough to make it a news headline, then that is something else.
Well,
one politician calling another politician names is nothing new. Why are we appointing expensive ombudsman to adjudicate and things like that?
Yes. But apparently, I mean, the thing is treated differently, When Mrs. Webley said used the word Jezebel, I don't know that she used it, she directly linked it to Sister P, although there may have been an implicit link, right?
Yes.
The press jumped up and not only published that information, but published a lot of commentary about it, in general condemning Mrs. Webley and the bonding.
Editorial calling on her to step aside.
All that kind of thing.
Foolishness like that,
right.
I mean, don't we have anything more serious to talk about?
Mr. Roger Clark said that when he looked across the floor in Parliament and saw the opposition over there, all he saw was evil. Right?
Yes. Yes.
I don't hear any similar discussion of that in the media.
Yeah, but if you know Roger,
right?
If you know Roger, you know that's part of foolishness.
Well, yes.
Roger don't mean that.
Well,
and you and I know this.
I know
but
that.
You know, the media now takes it and make a big story. A big story.
And then Mr. Buchanan is referring to Mr. What's his name?
Mr. Tufton.
Mr. Tufton.
Yes.
As
Satan.
As Satan. Right? I don't hear any similar sort of uproar.
Well, you used to hear the ombudsman saying that, this is a matter to sit down and waste a day's debate. You know, to decide whether that was right or wrong. And I think it's all foolishness.
But if why not allow free speech?
Yes.
And let the public judge whether it approves of this statement or that statement or whatever. Isn't that the way to go?
Of course.
And if it is a matter, we are saying that the putting up of flags and so on are provoking certain kinds of reactions. Why not have? Why do we? Why don't we say that if somebody puts up a flag, whether green or orange, right? That is no reason for stoning or shooting or doing anything of the kind.
Exactly.
That is where the problem is.
That is where the problem is.
Yes.
And then you can't turn around on the victim and blame the victim. Because when you fly a flag, that doesn't offend the law.
Absolutely.
It may offend a person who has no right to be offended.
But it has no right to offend the person.
No.
That person may be of a different persuasion.
Right.
May prefer to fly a different flag.
Exactly.
In that event, let them go ahead and fly that flag.
That's freedom of expression.
Right? But that is not a reason for coming in with gunmen and shooting up the place and all this kind of thing.
And anybody who does that should be dealt with by the law.
Absolutely.
But if the law is going to behave as if it can't handle this matter, therefore you should do that.
You have to shut your damn mouth.
Then the next thing is going to be you're not supposed to clench your fist and you're not supposed to put up a V sign.
Yes.
And you know, our little freedoms are being eroded one by one.
Absolutely.
And I think that this is something serious. You know, not the flying of the flag, but the fact that we are not able to contain elements who say they're offended by it.
Because there's a foolish belief coming out of the university, apparently, that one can separate morality and intelligence.
It's the season. It's the season to be jolly. Season for folly. It's the season for folly.
Yes.
But I think that somebody needs to put a stop to this nonsense. And I hear that the ombudsman is going to have a meeting, and they have to decide whether it was proper for somebody to go to the media with a complaint before going to him. Why are we making all these things so you know, I have been watching political campaigns from God knows when. And these sort of things go on all the time.
But of course.
And it is better that they throw words than they throw stones.
Yes.
Let them go on with it.
Yes.
But don't go and make a big thing, writing editorials about it and calling upon people to resign. I remember when Mr. Shaw jumped up somewhere and said he was going to pepper somebody's backside.
Yes.
We make a great big issue. We are prepared to stop and turn upside down an investigation into the loss of millions of public money. We're going to set that aside in order to discipline Mr. Shaw for jumping up on a political platform and saying something that should have been taken with good humor instead of making a big to-do.
Absolutely. Yes.
It's time to stop that nonsense.
It is.
You know, we're wasting too much time and money on triviality
It
when
is.
the real issues are there to be dealt with.
Yes.
And I think it's good for the administration that we should have such entertaining diversion in order to take our minds off the things that really matter.
Absolutely. But they come back to the essential fact it is that we are trying to correct the abusive criminal actions.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Of bonfire and all this kind of thing. By suppressing the right of people to speak freely what they think.
That is what I think is
Right?
very bad. It's very, very bad.
Absolutely.
And they ought to make it clear that they're not going to do this. People must be allowed to fly their flags. And if a man even wants to paint his political slogan on his own fence, that's his business.
Absolutely. If he
There's
goes,
no law against that.
if he goes painting up somebody else's fence,
then
well,
the
that's
law
another
must
matter.
deal with that. That's why
Right?
we have laws.
Uh-huh.
But we don't have any law to prevent people from flying flags.
Quite true.
And then again, somebody raised the question as to whether flags were being flown on public property, like lampposts and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
But then this sort of thing happens all over the city. World Cup, people fly their flags all about. Nobody
Yes.
says anything.
Nobody says anything
And
for
that's
that.
a foreign group who promoting World Cup cricket. And our own people can't fly a flag.
Absolutely.
What sort of thing is that?
Absolute nonsense.
I think we need to bring a little more humor into the thing. And responsible people would be much better off, like all of us, if they brought a little humor into the thing. I think they are depriving us, the taxpayers, of the little fun we have when politicians dig each other.
No,
that's all we're getting out of it.
What we're doing is encouraging tribalism.
Yes.
And saying that the tribalist mentality has to be accepted as fundamental, and therefore we mustn't provoke it into any kind of destructive action.
That needs to be discouraged.
Right?
Right.
That is rubbish.
Yes, sir.
What we need to do is to get rid of the damn tribalism.
Yes.
Right? So
and
that
we don't
so
do
that you and I,
accentuating the
you
thing.
know, you can have one shirt and I have on another shirt.
Right.
And we still meet and shake hands and chat and have a drink.
Exactly
And,
what we need to encourage.
you know,
not
and
to tell us to take off our shirts because it has certain color.
absolutely. Damn nonsense.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Buddy.
Good. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Uh-huh.
That gentleman who was making an appeal for us black people in Jamaica to use our brain.
Yes.
I think most people would like to use their brain, but they simply do not have the intelligence to do so.
They haven't got the intelligence.
Right.
But there is a gentleman, the professor from the university,
Yes.
who says that intelligence is not really very important.
One reason for calling is to take issue with that particular statement,
Yes.
by the unintelligent professor.
The unintelligent professor.
Yes.
I see.
Yes. It seems to me, that the professor's statement is a clear reflection of what education in Jamaica is all about. How else could you explain the fact that 70% of our children are leaving school without subjects or skills? And how else could you explain the fact that 70% of our young people who are supposed to be the future of Jamaica, the future of this nation, are considered uneducated, illiterate, untrainable, unemployable, and somewhat unredeemable.
Irredeemable.
Irredeemable.
Hold on just a moment for me.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45.
Need financing? Catch it! Financing for small and medium-sized businesses as low as 15.9% per annum, reducing balance. First Union Financial Company makes business financing quick and easy. Contact them at 13 Barbados Avenue, New Kingston, 926-2669, 5 Half Caledonia Road, Gulfview Plaza, Mandeville, 962-7992, and 30-34 Market Street, Montego Bay, 940-1757. Visit First Union Financial Company company today and inquire about their employees' financial assistance program. Conditions apply. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on that.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. We should bear in mind that the main objective of education in Jamaica is not to build up brain power or to increase intelligence.
Yes.
But it is bent on this twisted idea that education is some kind of private business. And I think whenever if we can rid ourselves of that perception, I think we could make good effort in increasing our intelligence. But this whole idea that character is more important than intelligence is just an asinine statement.
It is.
You shouldn't expect from a professor.
Yes.
How can you build good character without intelligence?
Well, how can you determine what is good character without intelligence?
Maybe the professor needs to ask himself these questions, you know. I mean, it is possible to build a sort of character by having children obeying the rules, wearing the appropriate uniforms, having the right hairstyle, or being able to pass a few exams. But there is no guarantee that at the end of this process, it is going to be it is going to have any kind of intelligent effect.
Well, but the best way to get the child to obey the law is to make the child appreciate the interest that it has in obedience to the law, right? And that is an intelligent approach to the business of obedience. It isn't that obedience is good to obey. Why is it good to obey?
But a great deal of effort is put on discipline in it. I don't know if it
No, but the point is this. That we must understand the virtue of discipline.
Right.
We must understand the virtue of good order.
Yes.
Right?
And it takes intelligence to understand.
Yes, we must understand that it is contrary to my own interest and to your own interest for the stoplight to be broken.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because we might be coming there, or somebody related to us might be coming there, somebody breaks the stoplight, and that is a casualty. Right? And we suffer as a consequence. So, if once we understand that,
yes,
then we have no difficulty restraining ourselves and obeying the light.
True.
Right?
True.
It is because we recognize that it is in our own interest to do so.
Right.
So morality is not just something imposed upon people.
Interest of law and order.
Right?
Yes.
Morality is in there is interest.
Yes.
We have an interest in morality. Right?
Yeah, because it helps to guide us in what is wrong and what is right,
Absolutely. And what is wrong and what is right is what is harmful to us and what is good for us.
Yes.
Right?
But, again, back to this intelligent thing. If, for instance, 45 years ago, we had started out on our foot, on our path to nationhood, if we had put intelligence, as the highest priority, national priority, an effort, a deliberate and concerted effort to educate and train our people and to become intelligent so that they can think for themselves, we would not be in the sort of mess that we are in today.
No. But evidently what is happening, sir, is that we have been encouraging people to learn a few facts and get degrees.
Yes.
And we don't understand that the importance of knowledge is as the building blocks of understanding. What is important is understanding.
And you know what? That understanding should be direct, first of all, at who the individual is,
Yes.
And then we have a greater understanding of who others are.
Well.
And the general world.
But then what we want is to have university degrees and PhDs and all this kind of thing.
And a lack of intelligence.
Right?
And that doesn't mean...
No. To know some facts.
Yes.
We're not interested in intelligence.
No. But,
God help us.
We have to take a different view, though, in regard to this intelligence. It is necessary, intelligent people do not do stupid and ignorant and foolish things,
Yes.
And sometimes it's all good and well to say, well, all right, we could say a person who cheats or commit murder has little or no character. But integrity and morality are not conducive to the Jamaican way of life, in which it does not pay to play by the rules.
Yes.
Or the man who play by the rules gets
and that
shot.
is because we have set out to govern ourselves without taking an intelligent approach to the business of government.
To the whole business of government and national
We
development.
haven't even bothered to understand
Yes.
what it meant by governing ourselves. We are
far from that.
Right? And we are making a mess of it.
Every day. But I'm wondering, why is it that we are so blind to the issues when it comes around to electing our political officials?
Well,
as a people, we need to be disloyal, to our parties if they are not loyal to us. Are loyal to the nation.
That's one way of putting it, yes.
And this whole idea of trying to get people not to vote, I think it goes a little deeper, but I don't know whether or not you realize it. The PNP has brought up 2 generations who are eligible to vote now. And as far as I'm concerned, these people have no political allegiance. And that is why there's a concerted effort by the government to try and get these people not to vote. And at the same time, I noticed the people who used to issue the vote the vote cards are not doing it anymore.
Oh?
No, they're not doing it anymore. So I'm telling people to go and get a voting card, because it can make a big difference. The young generation whom P.J. Patterson has doomed to a life of ignorance and poverty, they can make a change. It don't have to be by bullets and by violence, but the democratic process can work.
By the use of intelligence.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Perkins.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, hello? 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 Oh, hell. What's going on?
Brother P.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Thanks for pulling me on board, man.
Uh-huh.
We always believe that it is best for us to listen to Perkins online.
Oh, you do?
So therefore, anything that will lead us or cause us to be in tune, we believe it is best for the community and in the best interest of the community.
Well, I hope you're not wrong.
And when I say anything, I can assure you that it excludes nothing.
You're putting me into bad company.
Yes, indeed, Mutty.
So how are you?
Well, you know, busy out there trying to avoid the wooden spoon and the salt overtaking.
Oh, yes, yes.
It's a rough fight.
Uh-huh.
But I have to take time out of my busy schedule out of grass there. To heal, Brother Mutty, if I humbly beseech thee to allow me. A conscious woman on this here Teacher's Day. A woman who is compassionate. A woman who have a sense of moral clarity, Mutty, if I can put it that way. None other than Mrs. Hyacinth Bennett.
Yes.
Principal of the Hydel group of schools over there in St. Catherine. Brother Mutty, when I hear this lady speak from time to time on issues, I have to consider to myself, say, boy, common sense scarce, but it is not extinct at all. You know? It is always refreshing, Brother Mutty, to hear her. And within recent times, I have come across good works on her path. I will not divulge for other reasons.
Yes.
But anybody who happens to see Sister Hyacinth Bennett, in case she is a bit busy doing what she does best, tell her so youth from St. Elizabeth, say, love and thanks, you know, because we know that she is a woman who understands that the little good, so to speak, makes a big difference, you know.
All right, ball it out.
We hear... So we have to hear Sister Hyacinth Bennett, you know. But you know, Mutty Power is a great station, you know.
Yes?
You know, it's only a station with so much confidence and with so much power. Could I give somebody like us the opportunity to go out the way we are going?
Oh, is that so?
I want to load up the station. Love and thanks. We have to speak again because there are many burning issues out there.
All right.
But time is against me.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay. We're going to take the break now. We'll be back shortly.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2 o'clock.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon will be partly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, especially during the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Me as usual.
Yeah.
Me know you soon cut me off anyway.
I soon cut you off?
Yeah, man.
Uh-huh.
Because you see, you know, like hear my advice. Because me is not one of your, you know,
Uh-huh.
party man.
I'm not one of, you're not one of my party man.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you mean.
So, you know, like hear me. Anyway, Perkins.
Yes,
you
yes.
were asked one day, you know, Marcus Garvey. If Marcus Garvey, the works of Marcus Garvey should be taught in school. You remember your reply?
What was it?
I'm asking now.
Tell me what it was.
No, I'm asking you now. Do you think Marcus Garvey, the teachings or the works of Marcus Garvey should be taught in school?
I see no reason why not.
That's not your answer, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
When you were asked, you said that you didn't even say the works of Marcus Garvey. You said the legacy of Marcus Garvey should not be taught in school.
No, I don't think.
It's
I don't.
A waste, it's
no.
a waste of time.
And you have the tape?
No, and that Mr. Perkins and that Marcus Garvey went to prison for a mail fraud.
Yes.
No, Mr. Perkins.
No, hold on a little bit. I don't think you're speaking the truth there.
What did you say, Mr. Perkins?
I do not remember the particular case.
Mm-hmm.
But I can think of no reason why I should have said that.
Well, that is you all the way. Anyway,
You see, your problem is that you're more interested in political propaganda than in truth.
Then what you are interested in?
No.
I hear a man say, you said that, all right, I'm going to ask you another question. You remember speaking about black people?
What about black people?
You said to unite black people. Right?
I said that what?
To unite black people.
What about to unite black people?
You said to unite black people would be a force to reckon with.
Uh-huh.
And if you can keep them apart, let them fight each other, you have them to rule for 1,000 years. You remember saying that?
That is those were the words of, oh Lord, what's the name of the man?
I hear it from you.
Yes, William Lynch.
I hear it from you.
Those are the words of William Lynch.
I hear it from you.
But I was not advocating that. Right?
But isn't that what you are doing today?
No, if look here. Don't come here with your idiocy.
Your people.
Right?
I am asking you, the Labour Party and the JLP, have you ever tried to bring them together?
Have I ever tried to bring them together? Why should I try to bring them together?
Because course, I think it would be a good thing.
Would they?
Yeah.
Would it?
Yeah.
And then we'd have
So
a one-party dictatorship?
No one-party system. People would vote for who they want to vote for, and without you telling them who to vote for.
Uh-huh.
And without you condemning one for another.
Uh-huh. I am not condemning one for another.
You condemn the PNP for the JLP.
No, I'm not doing any such thing.
Mr. Perkins.
I have made criticisms of the government in office, right? And I have made those criticisms on the basis of fact and reason. Now, if you can point out any error of fact or any flaw of reasoning, then I'm prepared to listen to you. Right? But I have no apology to make for criticizing the PNP. They are the ones in government at the moment. They have been in government for 18 years, right? They have done a lot of things that are abysmally wrong, right? They have brought this country into great disrepute and its economy into decay.
That is you say so.
But hold on a little bit. Hold on a little bit. Did you see the story in the Star yesterday? Right? Of the children who are selling themselves to perform oral sex and other kinds of sex.
Why?
How do you mean why?
Why?
Why you think?
Is
Why
the
you
government their parents?
Why you think?
Is the government their parents?
Don't be absurd. The government has brought about a disaster in this economy.
You have brought the disaster.
What?
You.
I have brought the disaster.
Yeah, because disunity.
Oh.
The disunity you have brought.
Look at
I hear talking about flags. You know how funny you people are?
Yes.
I hear you talking about nothing for a man to put up a flag.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right? Because
yes. What's wrong with a man putting up a flag?
Nothing wrong with that.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yes.
It's what's behind it. When a man is going to take up, curse the other one and say, well, that, and it bring first between the two of them.
Uh-huh.
Broad rival gang.
Yes.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
You believe that is right. Why you don't encourage people? I remember, Mr. Perkins, when you didn't name Perkins. You know name Perkins again, you know?
Oh, yes?
No.
Uh-huh.
I remember, right? I used to listen to you. I dine in the days that I have the chance to put my radio wherever you are to listen with your behavior. I remember once you come on the air, you used to encourage people to work.
Uh-huh.
Right? You used to encourage people to work.
Yes, I still encourage them to work.
I don't think so. I remember you come on the air one day and you said you were invited to a diplomat party. And when you went there, you couldn't believe what you see, how the things were well prepared. And when all was over, you went to speak to the man who invited you, the diplomat. And you said, man, how you manage all these things? How you manage? The man said, I don't do a thing. It's all that when I am going out in the morning, I would say to my
So what? That is still my position. I still encourage people to work and be responsible.
Right.
Okay.
You lift yourself out of the gutter, man.
Yes, but your government has created a situation in which there is no opportunity for the people to work.
What?
There are no jobs available to them.
Oh, you can have jobs. I speak to you other day and I speak to you how come
Look here, sir. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah? All the best to you. I don't mind people coming here to challenge my positions, but you're wasting time, chatting a lot of nonsense, right? And I am prepared to tolerate some of it because, you know, it's good for people to see how little you have in the way of argument. Anyway, what is that about now?
Mr. Perkins, some weeks ago, if not, but earlier this year, we received a frantic telephone call from a man who said he was a pharmacist and connected, who said that a terrible mistake had been made in the dispensing of drugs in Jamaica, that drugs had come into the island mislabeled and had been given out to patients, and there's no telling who may have died or, become ill. I contacted the Ministry of Health, yes, and they didn't seem to know anything about it. I thought at the time that it was best not to say anything about it because it couldn't be verified. Now it is on the front page of today's Star. The Star has learned that there is a possibility that some wrongfully labeled and packaged drugs that were sent to Jamaica in shipments last year were purchased and perhaps consumed by the public. Dr. Mark Wellington, who was then acting sales manager of Health 2000, the pharmaceutical company that supplied the drug, told the Star, quote, "There is a possibility that people took the medication and went home with it. We destroyed everything we got back. But the information on the audit sheet shows that there was a smaller quantity than that was sent out into the market. We are not sure who consumed the difference." 2 shipments of wrongfully labeled drugs were sent to Jamaica during May and June of 2006. And although the drugs were recalled from the retailers in both instances, there was no certainty that all the drugs were recalled before they left the shelves. Information obtained by the Star indicates that in May 2006, a consignment of inhalers used to treat asthma were ordered from Health 2000 in Canada. The inhalers were procured by the Health Corporation, a pharmaceutical company that purchases and distributes drugs on behalf of the government. The drugs...
Yes, all right.
The story is in the Star, but it's quite a long thing. Quite a long list of drugs.
Yes, all right. Well...
Okay. I just wanted to... and to apologize to that doctor who frantically called me that I couldn't get verification. We didn't use it, but
okay,
there it is.
Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir, good
Green man again, man.
Yes,
You see that man, when that man company with that garbage, you have to collect them off, sir.
No, but if I lock them off, how are you going to know that they're talking garbage?
Listen, you see him now, that man we call you talk about, him was listen to you. So he want to say nothing about that. Are you working with people that you know, sir? You know that?
Yes, well, I don't know.
Make people that know right and wrong in this country.
All right, sir, thank you very much. Okay, hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Well, I was just saying similar things to like what this man just calling, you know? I don't know why that man have to be calling you and testing a fade.
Yes,
anyway, you
no, but
mind,
hold on a little bit. When people call in talking nonsense like that, right, you have to allow them a little time.
Yes.
So that people listening will grasp, will understand that they're talking nonsense.
Yes.
Right? If you cut them off, people are going to say, well, look here, I mean, this man came with it to say something, and you didn't give him the chance to say it.
That's so true. Don't cut him off, you know, but don't encourage it too long with him.
Well, that's what I agree with that.
Yes. You know, because I think it's about 2 times for this week or between last week and this week.
Yes.
He's calling you and digging up a lot of things, you know. I want to get all personal with you too, you know.
All right.
That's not right. Take care here.
All right. Thank you very much. All the best.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. That last comrade there, when he...
Will you speak up a bit for me?
Yeah, that last comrade, when he came with those arguments, what you need to tell him is that the position of the country is a failure of the government attitude and values campaign.
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember the round table down at the conference center. But what you're talking about over in Portland pertaining to the behavior of those young people is a reflection of the society in terms of what we give priority to.
Absolutely.
Because you remember Mr. Patterson talk about car, girl, and cellular.
Yes, yes.
And all of those were involved in that article over in Portland that you saw in the Star yesterday. So if you sow wind, you're going to reap whirlwind.
Yes.
You're not going to reap manna. So all those comrades who have led the country on a path of destruction and expect some grand turnaround where Jamaica is going to be a utopia, they are living in false paradise.
Yes, that is, I'm afraid, true.
The next thing, Mr. Buchanan who referred to Mr. Tufton as Satan.
As what?
Satan.
Satan.
He said that he saw nothing wrong in terms of breach where conduct is concerned, but he was quick to jump on Jezebel. Although there is two interpretations where the Jezebel thing is concerned. But Mr. Tufton, by a slip of the tongue, corrected himself, but the PNP used it to make political capital in the last election.
Well, that is not unexpected.
But Mr. Buchanan cannot be trusted because 2 weeks ago he said that a candidate would be named for Southeast St. Anne within 8 days. And yesterday I hear that the candidate will be named on the 7th of January. No, not January, the 7th of June. So that is another lie on the part of Mr. Buchanan.
No, not a lie, sir, not a lie. No, the fact... No, hold on a little bit. If I say something and that statement is not correct, right? It is possible that I lied. It is also possible that I was mistaken, right? That I thought that what I was saying was true, when it was not, right? That I was misinformed. Right?
Yeah.
And all sorts of other, factors could have played a part there.
But in terms, Mr. Buchanan, when you match his utterance in comparison to what materialized, that was just par for the course because Mr. Golden told him in the budget debate that if he told the truth, he would not be believed.
Well...
Anyhow, the next thing, I saw where Mr. Reverend Redwood.
Yes.
Over there in South West St. Elizabeth, that take over from Mr. Buchanan, saying that the worst pain is labor pain.
He was what?
The worst pain is labor pain. It's referring to the same Satan thing there.
Yes.
But I'm surprised him that Mr. Reverend Redwood never tell them that the worst job is labor.
The word job?
Yeah, the worst type of job or profession is labor.
I see.
Because the PNP instill in the people the culture of freeness and democratic socialism and land capturing and things of the sort. And that is why Jamaica is in the mess that exists today.
Well, it's more than that, but that has made its
all of those are
contribution.
contributing factors, and when they add up, we find ourselves in a dilemma that it is very difficult to extricate oneself from. And it is not going to happen under the PNP. Next thing, Mr. Perkins. Last week over in Spalding, it was said that 2 strong arm men beat up 3 taxi drivers. And the people over there are wondering if the hands of the police are tied. And there is some hidden hand at work, because they said that the culprits are known, but no action has been taken. And one has to wonder as to why these incidents keep on creeping up over in northwestern Clarendon. Because the other day it was a thing about dumping of garbage at Frankfield. And I noticed that every week there is a different set of PNP top leadership over there in that constituency having meetings and making all kind of pronouncements.
Aren't they free to do that?
Yeah, but with the amount of roads that have been fixed and the amount of walls that they have worked on, and the MP, Mr. Azan, said he is proud of it. I would have expected that to have brought political capital. And Mr. Azan see it would be one of the safe ones.
You'd like them to come and fix your roads too?
No, well, they're not going to really fix any road, because right now I don't really have any MP to make representation to have roads fixed. Because my MP is not going back.
Yes.
You know which one that is?
Yes.
The one that is creating all the turmoil that they said they don't want any outsider.
Yes.
But whether it's outsider or insider, the Southeast Centre is not going to be better because all PNPs are virtually the same. So you can look for a similar performance from the one that is coming to match that of the predecessor. Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Over in Northwest St. Anne, the farmers are crying out due to the high cost of fertilizer.
All over Jamaica, so I've heard that cry.
Yeah, man, fertilizer has gone to as high as $2,400 per bag.
Yes.
And when this government came into power, it was $50. It increased 28 times.
Yes, but what is the reason for the increase?
Well, devaluation and a combination of factors. But
well,
the farmers in Buxton, Orange Hill, Muirhouse, Kensington, Tickets, Lilyfield, Freehill, Philadelphia, Sturgetown, and
but devaluation, of course, means that you're paying 2,000 smaller dollars
for a bag of fertilizer.
Yes, but the fact of the matter is that those $2,400 are possibly very little, if any more, than the whatever it was in the past.
It is much more in terms of...
The dollar is worth less, in other words.
The cost, because when it was $50, the farmer was able to live better than when they paid the $2,500.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Consider what the farmers get per,
but he should be getting
unit.
He should be getting more for his crop now. I say he should be getting more of these diminished dollars for his crop. So,
But they are worse off when I check it out. But the farmers are calling up on the Member of Parliament, Miss Parchment, to come to their assistance with some assistance from the Social and Economic Support
Program. I see. All right. What they need are policies. Anyway, thank you very much. All the best. We're running out of time, eh? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. How are you doing? I'm calling from United States and I'm listening to you on the internet.
From where?
I'm calling from Fort Lauderdale, but I'm listening to you on the internet.
Yes.
There's a topic I want to bring to you, and I want to find out what Jamaicans think about it.
Yes, we haven't got a lot of time, so you have to go quickly to it.
Am I correct?
Yes. What?
Okay. Read across Jamaica, is that so? Where the young people are told to read a book?
Oh, yes.
Okay, let me ask you, there's a lot of DVD coming out of Jamaica with our young people, most of our young girls, the way they dress and these nightlife in town, dancing and stage with their behavior, and they're coming out of Jamaica.
Yes.
I want to find out.
And a great deal of attention is being focused on it.
Yes. And the
Sorry.
other one.
By media and all that.
The lifestyle of homosexual seem like it's been forced on our population in Jamaica. How is Jamaica not accepting that?
Accepting homosexuals?
The way I know they're bringing in churches in Jamaica that they are entitled to go and I don't know if they're worship or maybe spreading that type of behavior. Is Jamaican accepting those type of behavior?
Well, there's a great deal of anti-homosexuality around, sir, which I don't think is a good thing. But then on the other hand, the homosexuals seem to be going out of their way to provoke a reaction.
That's exactly, but I want to find out whether or not the authorities be in Jamaica, like the government, they just sit back and watching foreigners bringing in that type of filth into Jamaica and they accept it just like that?
You mean like the homosexual church?
The homosexual church and the behavior, because the church is coming in, the behavior is coming behind.
Yes,
if
what
the church
behavior?
Is coming in, the behavior must be coming in.
What behavior necessarily comes with the church?
Well, you know the gay lifestyle. You know what the gay lifestyle brings in. You know the same thing like what happened in America. If you go to Atlanta, it is there on the street corner. You know you have to just pass them and accept it. But what I want to find out, we know we are a homophobic country, whether or not we're going to accept it.
Well, I don't know that homophobia is a good thing. On the other hand, I don't know that homosexuals coming and waving a flag in the faces of people is necessarily good either.
If you go to the western part, you'll see our young boys, the way they dress, the way they behave. Have you ever seen one of those videos,
No.
Mr. Tweed? Have you heard about it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Well, you need to.
And I'm not. I'm not sure that I could be bothered, sir.
And you'll see the behavior and see if these going to be showing up in the face of our young people.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Anyway, thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you very much, too. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. I'm this morning on the TV watching Omar Davis on the TVJ station this morning. We were interviewing him. But I haven't heard, Mr. Crossgill, I've not heard ask that man any question at all.
You haven't heard whom?
Mr. Crossgill was interviewing Mr. Davis this morning. There was no question thrown at him.
Oh, is that so?
I didn't get nothing from that conversation. And before you go, quick one, Mr. Pip. That man is crazy, I think so.
You think so? Why?
Yes. That man speaks, maybe he's speaking his mind, really. I shouldn't say he's crazy. Because he brings this thing to Jamaica, that what this government is doing in this country. Can you imagine a truck being paid by the government for 6 months of fuel, and they only use it for a month?
Well, that sounds like a lot of corruption.
Oh, there's a big corruption, Mr. Perkins.
And you know, he has done something which reminds me of what Mr. Ennis did.
Oh my God, I can't believe what I heard.
Gestapo methods.
I can't believe when I hear Mr. Pip spoke this morning on the television. I was watching the news, a repeat of the news. And what he said, what is happening in Jamaica, all this corruption went under Miss Portia Simpson, because apparently she was there as minister.
She was there as minister.
Right.
And my understanding from Mr. Douglas is that it was going on during her time.
Yes.
As to whether she started it is
so she's not capable of running a ministry. How can she be capable of running
Anyway,
a country?
I'm sorry, I have to go. We're out of time.
Okay, next time, sir.
Okay. Okay, that brings us then to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time, usual place. Look forward to your company.